In English. Preface. Juan Gonzalez. Between March and May of 2006, an estimated 3 to 5 million people, most of them Latinx, filled the downtown streets of some 160 U.S. towns and cities in the largest series of mass protests the nation had ever seen. Not even during the heyday of the American labor movement in the 1930s or during the high tide of civil rights protests and public opposition to the Vietnam War during the 1960s, had such astonishing numbers paraded peacefully in so many different localities over a common grievance. Never before had a group at the margins of U.S. society taken our political establishment by such complete surprise. The immigrant rights protests of 2006 began as an attempt to stop the infamous Sensenbrenner bill, which aimed to criminalize undocumented immigrants and anyone who provided them help or public services. The protests marked a rare example of an outcast group suddenly rising up and forcing the majority to rethink accepted notions of democratic and human rights. They forced the mainstream media and ordinary Americans to confront one of the thorniest moral issues our nation faces in the 21st century: what to do about millions of undocumented immigrants who have settled here over the past few decades, performing the lowest paid work with very little legal protection. Unfortunately, information on the immigration debate has been largely dominated by people at the top of our society, given the propensity of the media to showcase the sound bites and pronouncements of those with power and money. This book offers you a very different perspective. It gives voice to the immigrants themselves and to their grassroots leaders who quietly built an astonishing social justice movement without any attention or recognition from the media. As a professional journalist for 35 years, I've been acutely aware of the extraordinary role news media play in creating the memory bank of any nation. Newspapers, after all, have often been called the first draft of history. The incidents the media choose to report, their interpretation of events, inevitably serve as raw material that is then mined by scholars, who come decades or centuries later to chisel more comprehensive historical accounts. This book is the first serious attempt to document the origins and evolution of a pivotal movement in U.S. history from the perspective of the actual participants in that movement. For most of the 2006 mega-march's participants, it was their first act of social protest, one that would permanently alter the way they viewed the world. Just as the 1963 March on Washington defined the outlook of many Black Americans, and just as the college rebellions of 1968 shaped the thinking of a generation of white Americans, so did these protests represent a political coming of age for the nation's Hispanic minority. These were not simply gatherings of the undocumented, however. Hundreds of thousands of Latinx who had been born in the United States or become naturalized citizens, or who were long-time legal residents, also participated. And leading the way in virtually every protest were startling numbers of us-born Hispanic high school and college students, many of them facing the prospect of being separated from their immigrant parents who could end up being deported. All shared the same burning sense of outrage. All were fed up with the mainstream media's reigning stereotype that depicted hordes of Latinx and undocumented workers as a new menace engulfing the country. How did scores of little-known Latinx activists manage to organize such unprecedented nationwide protests even though they were scattered across the country, possessed few financial resources, and had to overcome stiff opposition to their tactics from their allies in the political establishment? To fully comprehend their historic accomplishment, one must first dispel the notion that the leaders of the mega-marches were some ragtag collection of inexperienced community activists or that Washington's liberal politicians and union leaders orchestrated their moves. In reality, the mega-marches represented the culmination of grassroots political organizing by 3 generations of Latinx leaders, the oldest being the veterans of the Chicano and Puerto Rican nationalist upsurges of the 1960s and 1970s, the second being the leaders of the former Central American sanctuary and amnesty movements of the 1980s, and the youngest being those who had organized against California's Proposition 187 in the 1990s. Many of the young people who now comprise the Dreamers One were first spurred to action by the protests of 2006, and they now represent the future political leaders of the U.S. Latinx population. but the immigrant rights movement has always been more than just a fight over legalization. Given our country's history as both an immigrant nation and an imperial power in the world, the movement has been, above all, a fight over the future course of the nation itself and of our democracy, over who is legitimately in the country, and who will be legitimately allowed to migrate here in the future. Few observers have yet grasped this broader impact of the modern immigrant rights movements. In my opinion, it effectively marked the end of 30 years of conservative domination over national politics. 6 months after the protests erupted in the spring of 2006, Democrats swept control of both houses of Congress, and one of the chief reasons for that historic power shift was the mushrooming Latinat votes, as millions of us citizen Latinats, stirred to anger by the rise of anti-immigrant and anti-Latinat fervor, suddenly turned out to vote at a record rate. The number of Hispanics casting ballots that November jumped by nearly 1 million over the previous midterm election, from 4.7 million in 2002 to 5.6 million in 2006. And since the Republican Party was most closely associated with the Sensenbrenner bill, the percentage of Latinats who cast ballots for Republican candidates in the House of Representatives plummeted from 38 to 30%. Then in 2008, Barack Obama, borrowing the 50-year-old "Yes, we can" slogan of Cesar Chavez's United Farm Workers Union and of the immigrant rights movement, captured the White House. Obama owed his historic victory in no small measure to the overwhelming support he received from Latinat voters. Some 9.7 million Hispanics cast ballots for president in 2008, 2.1 million more than in 2004, and 67% of those voters chose Obama. The 2012 election showed an even bigger increase of 2.5 million in the number of Latinat votes, reaching a total of 12.2 million, with an even greater share, 71%, favoring Obama over Republican Mitt Romney. The November 2012 election left little doubt that a major shift was occurring in U.S. politics, one perhaps as far-reaching as the infamous Southern strategy that Republicans adopted in the late 1960s, a strategy that appealed to racist sentiments of working-class whites in the South to woo those historically Democratic voters into the Republican Party. All of these events are what brought us to this moment in 2013, when Congress and the entire nation finally began to rewrite federal immigration policy. In the pages that follow, you will hear the inside account of how we got to this place, from some of those who helped build this historic movement. Each has a fascinating story. The kind of story you will never hear from an immigration reform advocate inside Washington's Beltway. They are the kind of stories that remind us how history is made by ordinary people who do extraordinary things. One dreamers are undocumented youth, named as such after the DREAM Act, Development Relief and Education for Alien Minors, which is a piece of legislation that would allow qualifying undocumented youth a pathway to citizenship by requiring completion of a college degree or 2 years of military service. Section I, Our Problems. Introduction. For labor enthusiasts, no period is as important to the history of worker organizing in the U.S. as the 1880s, when hundreds of thousands of people demanded and won the 8-hour day. In large part, immigrant workers, who brought ideas and organizing experiences from their home countries, led the movements that ultimately achieved the 8-hour day, and their efforts did not come without repercussions. In 1886, in what later became known as the Haymarket Riot, 8 well-known labor activists were arrested when a bomb exploded at a labor rally in support of the 8-hour workday. Multiple police and civilians were killed and 7 of the activists were sentenced to death, despite the lack of evidence linking them to the bombing. Given that most of the accused men were not only German immigrants but also outspoken anarchists, the Haymarket Riot unleashed a wave of anti-immigrant hysteria and police repression of labor activity, anarchist newspapers, and organizers. Many of the immigrant workers from the 1880s were such capable organizers that they were run out of their home countries, finding refuge and fertile ground to organize in the United States. Industrialization in the U.S. led to the increasing need for workers to fill dangerous, low-wage jobs in the growing number of factories, mines, and railways. Immigrants from Ireland, Italy, Poland, Russia, and Germany, to name a few, filled these positions, experiencing open hostility, discrimination, and abusive working conditions. Under these conditions, and with the agitation of labor organizers, unrest among workers grew. The forces of industrialization not only brought masses of workers into the U.S., but also skilled organizers that came together and shared their ideas across nationality, language, and culture. This cross-pollination of ideas led to the creation of one of our nation's most vibrant social movements. Likewise, today many of the best immigrant organizers were forced to flee their home countries due to their organizing efforts with laborers, students, and farm workers. Still others are the product of a globalized economy that exports products and people, leading many migrants with no previous political experience to question the broader political and economic forces that compel them to abandon their country, family, and home. According to a recent report by the faith-based organization, Bread for the World, though only a quarter of Mexico's population live in rural areas, a disproportionate share, 44% of Mexico's immigrant population, come from rural areas. These rural migrants leave behind close-knit communities where their families have lived for decades, and in many cases for generations that date back to the pre-Columbian era. Risking their lives to come to a foreign country, laboring in dangerous, low-wage jobs, and facing regular discrimination, has forced migrants by the thousands to develop a deeper understanding of inequality. Some of Mexico's most popular bands, like Tigres del Norte and El Tri, have written songs documenting the politically transformative role migration plays in developing collective consciousness. Some of Tigres del Norte's most famous songs include We Are More American, My Two Countries, and Wetback Three Times. El Tri, with songs like American Dream and Undocumented Race, challenge both the U.S. and Mexican governments for exploiting workers and the poor. These songs have been heard by millions in the US and Latin America, helping connect migrants' experiences to a broader audience. The best organizers see that injustice is also an opportunity to bring communities together to change the conditions they face. They see that those directly impacted by inequality, when given the right tools and support, are ready to stand up and fight. As Dennis Soriano of the New Orleans Worker Center for Racial Justice stated, I am no longer the same person that came to this country only to work and help his family. Now I know that if I am going to be in this country and I want to be treated as an equal, I have to fight. No one will come fight for me. I have to do it myself. In this section you will hear from Pablo Alvarado, a Central American immigrant who survived the brutal civil war of El Salvador and fled to Los Angeles, where he began using his skills as an educator and organizer to help day laborers alter their living and working conditions, first across California and then the country. He later helped found the National Day Laborer Organizing Network, NDLN, which has become one of the most dynamic organizations fighting for undocumented immigrants' rights. NDLN has led the charge in Arizona, where some of the most draconian anti-immigrant laws have been passed. Migration is often not the lone decision of one individual, but is forced by decisions at the policy level that exclude the voices of those most impacted. Mexican President, Carlos Salinas de Gortari, famously said he wished to export products not people with the passage of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, in 1994. The story of Maria Duca and her family show that NAFTA, far from reducing immigration, led to the massive migration of hundreds of thousands of farmers to the U.S. For Maria and many others, it has also led to a shifting understanding of inequality and race in the U.S. Indigenous migrants have also been particularly impacted, reporting some of the highest migration rates in Mexico. Indigenous communities in Mexico, often experienced in self-governance, have become some of the most creative leaders and thinkers in the migration debate. According to Gaspar Rivera Salgado of the Frente Indígena de Organizaciones Binacional/Binational Indigenous Organizations Front, FIOB, we need development that makes migration a choice rather than a necessity. The right to not migrate and migrate, both rights are part of the same solution. We have to change the debate from one in which immigration is presented as a problem to a debate over rights. The real problem is exploitation. Inspired by the Right to Stay Home campaign, the FIOB has also looked at how to develop economic alternatives that encourage self-determination, like helping establish worker-run cooperatives and investing in the production of fair trade products that allow indigenous communities to stay in their native lands. The framework of the right to stay home has been critical in shifting the debate among labor, indigenous, and human rights groups within Mexico, and has the ability to play a key role in the immigrant rights movement in the U.S., pushing organizations and advocates to move beyond short-term solutions to long-term structural change that challenges economic and political forces at the root of migration and exploitation. Elvira Arellano gained recognition when she was ordered for deportation and defiantly took refuge in her Methodist church with her 8-year-old, Usborne son. Her story documents the immigrant rights movement's effort to achieve legalization over the last 10 years. Elvira participated in nearly every organizing effort since the late 1990s to ensure undocumented immigrants could gain authorization to work and live in the U.S. without fear of deportation and separation from their family members. Her story highlights the roots of the movement, and the personal impact of Congress's failure to enact immigration reform or protect immigrant workers' rights. Today, she is still organizing to defend the rights of immigrants, including Central Americans who must make the treacherous journey through Mexico to the U.S. Immigrants don't just bring food, dress, or cultural customs. Many bring with them a rich history of organizing, and each carries their own experience of exploitation and self-reliance, of community and resistance. While divided across borders, many immigrants come to the U.S. and continue to share culture and build a new community of resistance rich with its own traditions. Out of injustice and discrimination, undocumented immigrants are creating a new culture of liberation. This is where our story begins, with the story of 3 migrants that represent millions. To Mexico-United States migration, regional and state overview, Mexico City Constitución Nacional de Población, 2006. Why I Struggle, NAFTA and Immigrant Workers' Rights in the U.S. Maria Duca. Workers' Defense Project. My name is Maria Duca and I am from San Luis Potosí, Mexico. Where I am from, people lived off the land and grew beans, squash, and corn. That is how my father and grandparents lived, and they lived very well. We grew everything. Before the sun came out at 3 in the morning, my family would leave for the fields and they would come back at 5 or 6 in the evening. In the fields we would care for our crops, and clear out all the weeds. The majority of people in the village worked as farmers and with livestock, because it was a small village and that was the only way to survive. My village is like many other villages, with its church, its central plaza and schools. There were no big stores, not even a clothes store, there was only a traditional market. In my family there are 7 girls. We are a big family. We farmed together as family members and neighbors. We each helped each other. In my village we were ejidatarios. 3 My father started working in the fields at a very young age. That was what the young boys would do in my village, before my generation began to leave to look for work in the big cities. My house in the village was small and made of bricks, and a few rooms were of adobe. It had 4 rooms and a large plot of land we used for farming. But our farming land was far away from our home and we had to walk 2 hours to get there, although sometimes we would bike there. I still remember farming with my family. I remember big bags of corn, and the squash season, when we would harvest in February and March. We would take the seeds out of the squash, which was the only part we could sell. Then there was another type of squash in March and April. There was also a season for beans. Everything had its own season. One year we would farm one thing, and then the next we'd plant a different crop, because the soil had to rest. My father and everyone in the village knew a lot about farming, and everything was done naturally and organically. I believe my grandfather taught my father how to farm. After harvesting, my father would sell his crops. Buyers in big trucks would come to the house to buy our product, and they paid well. I remember that with just one harvest we had enough to live for the whole year. We didn't live like rich people or in luxury, but we were able to live well, with dignity. When I say my father would harvest his corn, I am not talking about 1 or 2 big bags, but tons of corn. We would have one large room filled with corn. The buyers would select them by looking at the grain on the ears of the corn. They would separate the ears and pick them out. My father always told us that we had to study to get ahead. He supported us in our studies as his daughters. It didn't matter to him that we were women. But at that time there were more job opportunities. My father always taught us about the importance of education. He said, if you have an education, nobody can take that away from you. If we had an education, a man wouldn't be able to mistreat us, we would be able to get ahead and not depend on anyone. He was always a tough man, very strict. My mother did not know how to read or write. She learned as an adult through a government program in which new teachers would come to people's houses. They taught indigenous and illiterate people how to read and write. That is how my mother learned at the age of 40. I think my mother understood that there is no correct age to learn. She was our example, and she was so happy when she learned how to write her name. She was a strong person. Education is very important to me. I used to want to be a military nurse. That was my dream. But I am afraid of blood, so I decided that I wanted to be a news anchor. I always imagined myself on TV reporting the news. I finished middle school and I went to 1 year of technical school to be a computer secretary. I had to leave my village, because there was no option to study there, or much future. Everything had changed enormously. The peso was devalued and the North American Free Trade Agreement took effect. The government promoted NAFTA a lot. I remember the famous image of 2 hands shaking. They put these billboards up everywhere in Mexico, hand in hand representing NAFTA. But there were no jobs. So I had to leave my village to work and study. I've always said that the famous free trade agreement that President Salinas de Gortari made with the other countries of North America made us more poor and forgotten. Since NAFTA, everything has been devalued in Mexico because so many cheap products entered the country. In my village, it became more expensive to grow our own corn than to buy US corn. People could no longer live off their harvests, they had to sell it so cheaply that it didn't make sense. I was 15 years old when NAFTA was signed, so I was old enough to understand what was happening. That's when I left my village. When Salinas finished his term in office, he left the country in complete misery. My father was angry. He read a lot and knew what was happening. He knew it was wrong. He would say what the government was doing was wrong because the products entering Mexico were not high quality like the corn we produced. Now that I am an adult, I see my father was right. Mexican corn is very diverse, which leads to higher quality. Yet poor quality corn still entered Mexico and destroyed our own. In our ignorance, the government and big corporations brainwashed us, telling us that US corn was better because it was cheaper. Many people believed that lie, and they destroyed everything. My father was so angry he didn't know what to do. For several years he didn't grow anything, and had to sell some of his land. It didn't make sense to work and lose. Those who were part of the ejido had to work their land or they could lose it. My father felt awful. What Salinas was really doing was sending migrants to the US, not products. I remember, after they signed NAFTA, many people began to migrate. More and more people went to the US because they didn't know where to find work. The majority of people in small villages did not have any way to survive, and this continues affecting families in Mexico to this day. For example, today they are sending US chickens to Mexico, chickens that they grew in 3 weeks or just a month. The Mexican farmers can't compete with cheap American chicken. A few years back, they finally let Mexican avocados into the US, after doing 1,000 tests on them to ensure that they were okay. That was after years of promising that they were going to let Mexican avocados in, years after the signing of the Free Trade Agreement. 4 Mexico couldn't export its products to this country, but the US could export to Mexico. It makes me sad that people are still letting themselves be fooled. People need to open their eyes. There is a really bad song from Paquita La del Barrio that says things like filthy rat, despicable animal, and every other insult you can imagine. That song is dedicated to Salinas de Gortari. If I could talk to Salinas today, I would say everything that song says. He deserves it. Thanks to him, I am in this country. Thanks to him, many people have died in the desert and drowned in the river. I believe the political parties in Mexico don't care about the people. They are only looking out for themselves and really don't care about the people, especially people from the countryside. The political parties fool people from small villages easily. Sometimes they would come to our village giving blankets away so we would vote for them. They would buy us with a blanket, and then steal from us for years. It's sad. They say such and such political party is going to come and give you a small bag of groceries, but all year they leave you without beans and rice because you don't have work. Meanwhile, they take everything and pocket it. The only ones that benefit from free trade agreements are the rich. I see NAFTA as a way to rob the people. In my opinion, they said let's rob them in a different way, because politicians have always robbed us. They always want to see poor people repressed, they never want to see them advance, because it isn't beneficial to them. I don't know how they wrote those free trade agreements, but the way I see it, they should be broken. That is the first step toward equality. If there has to be a free trade agreement, the President or Secretary of Economy shouldn't write it. The farmers should write it. That is where I want to see some leadership. I want to see farmers organize amongst themselves. They should be the ones to make a free trade agreement of their products, not the president, who doesn't know about farming. Who are politicians to make a free trade agreement, when they have never worked? That is how I see it. When I was a girl, not many people in my village migrated to the US. They didn't migrate because they were able to take care of themselves and make a living from farming. There wasn't a need for people to leave their villages and abandon their families, their homes. There was no reason to. When they signed NAFTA in 1994, people began to migrate. I went to Tampico, while the majority of young men migrated to the US. Many are in Texas and in the Carolinas. I never thought of coming to the US. It wasn't my dream. I didn't want to come. It didn't even cross my mind. But Salinas had devastated the country. There wasn't food to eat, and there wasn't work. I remember once my husband didn't work for 2 months. He would go out to the fishing boats and they would pay him in fish, that is all we would eat. With the little I made from working, we would buy some tortillas. I tried to help by selling some of the fish we had, or by washing cars. It was a very sad and degrading way to live. Any job is honorable, but that was not the life I wanted for my newborn child. We lived that way for 3 years, and the economic situation in Mexico wasn't getting better. It was so difficult to survive, and my son was about to enter school. Sometimes we didn't even have tortillas or milk, much less the ability to buy things for school. So my husband decided he had to go to the US. After a year in the US, my husband asked if I wanted to come with my son. The year I was alone in Mexico I would go to my father's ranch, but it was hard to be there without work or money. So my husband told me to join him to look for a better life in the US. I came to this country at the age of 23 with my 5-year-old son. I risked so much coming with my son. The journey was not easy. You don't know what is happening, you feel so scared and you react to that. People speak to you in a different language, they look at you strangely, and your reaction is to ask yourself, what am I doing here? You feel lost, everywhere you turn people are talking at you, everything is different, and people look at you differently. It is an ugly feeling. I still don't feel at home here. I can't get used to it. What I miss are the people of Mexico. I often feel like people here are so cold, every person is in their own world, running here and there, and they don't even stop for a second to say hello. In my village it was different. If you went to my village and asked for the Ortegas, everyone would know where they live, everyone knows each other. I don't know how my village is today. I want to believe it is like it was before, but I can't because it has been 12 years since I came here. Many people who have come here do not go back to Mexico out of fear of not being able to return to the US. My uncles are no longer farmers, my youngest cousins have had to leave the village to look for work miles away. The only people who still farm are the older people, and they only farm for themselves, because they can no longer sell their crops. That way of life isn't being lost, it already has been. Now it is just a memory. I remember seeing the fields with rows of corn for acres, as far as you could see. The beautiful corn. And when it was sunflower season, you would see the tall sunflowers standing up. But I think if I returned to my village today, I wouldn't see any of this. My father died recently. It hurts me a lot because I wasn't able to go back to Mexico, because if I went I wouldn't have been able to come back to the US with my kids. I also wasn't able to see my grandmother before she died. They both passed away and I wasn't able to be there with them. I have not gone back out of fear. I feel there is no future in Mexico, and if I go back I won't be able to leave again. Furthermore, being in this country doesn't mean that exploitation ends. It is the same in Mexico, where they exploit people, and not just farmers. In many areas there is exploitation. Farmers who work hours and hours in the fields, are paid 50 cents a kilo for corn and then the buyers sell it for 5 pesos a kilo. There is exploitation, but here it is even sadder because many people don't have any place to live, or food, or any place to go to ask for help. In Mexico, even if you are poor, people still help one another, but not here. If you are not able to pay your rent here, you go live under a bridge. Here people are cold. If there is someone needy they don't care. You go home to your own house to sleep and you don't care about other people. In the US, I have been a victim of workplace exploitation. When I worked in a dry cleaner, they refused to pay me. This is very sad, but the saddest part is that people don't speak up out of fear. So I thank God for the education my father and mother gave me. They were strong people, who taught me not remain silent when I was the victim of exploitation. Even though I was afraid and my employer threatened to call immigration, I did not remain silent. I told myself I am from Mexico, and if they send me back, I will go there. As long as they don't send me to China, I am not going to be treated like this. There are many others like me. Every day there are cases just like mine, and it makes me sad and angry. Sometimes, I think it is anger that pushes people to come out of the shadows and stand up for themselves. You need anger so that they don't trample on your dignity, because this is all we have left, our dignity. That is how I became involved in Workers' Defense Project, WDP. 7 years ago, I was angry and wanted to get my wages back. I ended up serving on the board of directors at WDP. To me, WDP is like an experiment of self-government, and I believe that it does very important work. We workers live our reality every day. We all want to see change and we don't want to be treated like criminals. We don't want our wages stolen, so we are going to come together to struggle, and we are going to try and change the laws. We are also going to try and win things so that our fellow construction workers can have water and breaks. We will start there. Workers are running things at WDP. Often, organizations are run by attorneys, but they are not living our reality every day. Outside people think it will work for them to give workers training, but in reality they don't know what we need. Workers know their needs and those of other workers. I believe injustice will never end completely, but if we don't fight it, we won't move forward at all. We have kids and grandkids. If we start fighting now, our kids are going to see how we can change things, and my kids will continue in this struggle so that my grandchildren don't have to suffer what I did. The community has to unite. For me, the most important example is when black people in this country came together and united with Martin Luther King, Jr. That is an example we need to pay attention to. Still, many of us are afraid. So the few of us who are not afraid have to invite other people to join the struggle and build a broad vision. It is not just about some legal documents. I am not going to say they are not important, but to me personally they are not so important. To me, what matters more is understanding that, even if you have your papers, there still will be exploitation. Legal documents aren't going to make people stop mistreating you or not paying you for your work. But if you know your rights, if you organize and ensure that the existing laws are enforced, then that will change the exploitation that we suffer. We as immigrants must unite to change the laws of this country. It will be a challenge, but we must unite, and be ready for all the consequences that will come from organizing ourselves. Another key challenge we face is gaining acceptance from Americans. They need to accept that we are here and aren't leaving. They don't accept us because of racism, because they see us as invaders and criminals. I didn't come to this country to steal from anyone. I came to work, but I still get treated like a criminal. For example, we have a family member who is white and blue-eyed, and here people have treated her well. They speak to her in English and she just laughs because she can't understand anything. But they treat us differently. Those same people would look at us like we were cockroaches. I realized, wow. Color does matter a lot here. I have seen how they treat my children and me differently. I have experienced racism, but I am not a person who is intimidated because of that. My children are also dark, and I don't allow them to be intimidated because of that. I always say we should carry ourselves with lots of dignity and continue fighting. One thing people need to think about in this country is that if immigrants aren't here, then who is going to do the work that rich people don't want to do? Who is going to come clean the streets? They say, we don't want immigrants because they are criminals, but why don't they grab all of us and toss us back to our country? It is simple, they know where we are not literally hiding in the shadows. But who will sweep, clean, and iron for them? And when they want to, they pay, and when they don't want to, they don't pay you. What the wealthy want is to put more money in their pockets without caring about the impact they have on workers or the community. The way I see it, immigration papers aren't going to create the change we need. What we really need is to be organized and united, even if there is legalization. For me, the struggle is not just for some documents or laws. The struggle is to change the way we all live our lives, to change what is happening here, to change how we treat people, in every way. Legalization will not end the injustices we face. We can see this by looking at the history of African Americans in this country. They are legalized, but they still live with racism every day. So what's the point of a few papers? We will always need to be organized, even after legalization, to gain full equality. 3 ejidos are traditional indigenous forms of communal land ownership and management. In 1917, Article 27 of the Mexican Constitution returned land to communities that used an ejido system of land management. NAFTA forced the revision of Article 27, allowing the selling of protected ejido lands, thus undermining Mexico's traditional farming communities. For Sarah Miller Lana, Super Bowl success story, Mexico's avocados, Christian Science Monitor, January 31, 2009, http://www.csmonitor.com/world/america/2009/0131/super-bowl-success-story-Mexico-s-avocados. They were not allowed in all 50 states until 2007, 13 years after the signing of the agreement. No one is illegal, the new sanctuary movement. Elvira Arellano. New Sanctuary Movement. I decided to come to the United States in 1997. I came because, in 1994, we suffered an economic crisis in Mexico. The peso was devalued with the grand entrance of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. I decided to migrate to the United States in search of more opportunities. What I have now, I would not have been able to achieve in Mexico, which is why I decided to migrate. It was a hard decision. I didn't have anyone. I didn't have any money. A cousin of mine called me and asked me if I wanted to cross, and I did, through Mexicali and Calexico. I arrived first to a small city, Salinas, California, a Latinate community where English wasn't necessary. I first found work taking care of children. After that I worked in a laundromat. I later spent some time in Washington, where my son was born in 1998. When he was 1 year old, I decided to go to Chicago. This was a very critical time. Mexican President Vicente Fox had recently visited George W. Bush and had discussed possible immigration reform. But after the 9/11 attacks, everything changed and the Latinate community couldn't do anything. Congress focused on national security and terrorism, and they decided to shut down the border. After September 11, immigration authorities began conducting raids and investigations at the airport where I worked cleaning planes. On December 10, 2002, I was arrested with more than 1,200 workers in a federal workplace and placed in a detention center. I tried to think positively when I was in the detention center. I thought, I have savings. I am going back to Mexico to live with my parents. But I couldn't go. Later, the judge let me go by signing a fianza de palabra. Among those detained, I was one of 2 women they let go. Somehow, I was the only one eligible for a presidential pardon, but I said, no, I don't want it. We need to fight for everyone. The media became very interested in our story. After they interviewed me, different organizations and churches began to invite me to share my testimony, and I began participating in the struggle. In 2003, I participated in the Freedom Ride to DC, and in 2004 we founded United Families. We started organizing with Jose Lopez of the Puerto Rican community, and another man whose wife had been deported while she was pregnant, and with Congressman Luis Gutierrez to fight for immigration reform. In his book, The Audacity of Hope, Obama speaks of 35 families he met in Chicago, but he does not mention that it was United Families he met, because we were never acceptable enough for him. I met Obama when he was a senator. I supported him and participated in his campaign because, in 2004, he supported giving driver's licenses to the undocumented. Cynthia Soto helped us get a meeting with Obama, and there he promised to review the case of the 35 families that were impacted by the raids. I had faith in him. I believed he would pass an immigration reform bill. But when he supported the construction of the border wall, we began to see that we could not expect anything from any political party, that they only used us for their purposes. It is sad that he is now looking at re-election and immigration reform has been forgotten. It is sad what is happening in the United States. What is affecting the Latinate community more than anything are people like Lou Dobbs, who can reach millions of Anglo-Saxons and foment hatred toward our community. It was Lou Dobbs who started calling our children anchor babies. 5 Lou Dobbs has done a lot of harm to mixed-status families with some members born in the U.S. Many of us migrate when we are young, thinking that the U.S. is a country of opportunities, and there we live our lives and form our families. In our native countries, we didn't have opportunities and had to migrate to the United States simply to live better. Hate and racism toward our community has been growing. In 2005, when Congressman Jim Sensenbrenner proposed the bill H.R. 4437 with the support of the Republican Party, we organized and took the streets to protest it. Under that bill, our children would have to denounce their own undocumented parents, or they would be treated as criminals. My son would have to report me, his mother. We fight against this legislation because it's built on hate. Hate that fuels laws like the ones we have seen in Arizona and Alabama. More than 1 million people have been deported from the United States in the last several years, fathers, mothers, wives, and husbands. This has impacted the economy of the country, and the families that suffer instability, losing the few items they have acquired, along with their family members. We need better self-organization to confront all the racist and xenophobic laws in this country. It's important to fight and protest. If we don't fight, we will have more racist people like Sheriff Arpaio and more racist laws like 287G, which hadn't been enforced under President Bill Clinton, but was by the Bush administration after September 11. 6. Immigrant workers need to unite with their churches and organizations to fight so that our rights can be respected. If we don't organize, we won't be able to win immigration reform. If we workers don't organize and mobilize, the organizations and their leaders won't be able to win reform for us. There are immigrant rights leaders who have fought since the 1980s, since the 1986 amnesty. Some of them are fake leaders, only interested in donations for their organization or working under the guidance of foundations to earn good salaries. But there are also committed leaders, the migrants, who are no longer afraid. Movement leaders need to run for office and take the place of our current politicians to fully represent our needs. Although there are some politicians who are committed to working with migrants, Congressman Luis Gutierrez, who has participated in civil disobedience actions, is one of them. In September 2003, when I was going to be deported, community organizations pressured Luis Gutierrez, and he, along with Senator Durbin, sponsored a petition to stop my deportation. They did it because they thought my story could be used to gain support from the community and get people involved. But Senator Durbin only wanted to fight for the DREAM Act, not for immigration reform for everyone. He eventually decided to stop supporting my petition. Around this time, I heard about the sanctuary movement, where people had fled from the violence of the civil war in El Salvador and Guatemala by taking refuge in U.S. churches to avoid being deported and facing the death squads. I proposed the idea of a new sanctuary movement to my church. They said, "If you want to fight, we will support you in your struggle." I have a profound respect for the pastors who are struggling with the community, but there are also priests and bishops who do nothing. On August 15, 2007, I had to turn myself into the immigration authorities. I woke up at 5 a.m. and went in for an interview with El Pistolero, a DJ from the La Que Buena 105.1 morning show in Chicago. We talked about all the work I had done since 2003 for immigration reform. 7 My temporary status had ended and the media asked me when I was going to turn myself in. My pastor spoke with my attorney's legal assistant, and they told me to go to the church. My pastor told me, "We are going to declare the church a place of sanctuary for you." My pastor had spoken with the bishop, who said that for years our church had worked for the community and he could not allow me to be deported. The bishop was in favor of family reunification and would declare the church a sanctuary. The church is a place of God and he would protect it, he said. We didn't have any idea how to make the church a place of sanctuary. We didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't know whether the police or immigration was going to storm in. We were worried and just prayed. They told me that I would serve as an example of the hypocrisy of the Bush administration. I was in sanctuary for 1 year. Many people came to support me. The Senate began to discuss a reform proposal, but nothing passed. Nancy Pelosi was now leader of the House, and we had hoped that the Democrats would work to achieve immigration reform. I decided I couldn't stay at my church anymore, that I had to fight. If they deported me, well, they would deport me. I felt the urge to do something because nothing was moving forward toward immigration reform. So I decided to go to California to see Nancy Pelosi, and that was when they arrested and deported me. Now that I'm back in Mexico, I'd like to just stay in my house and take care of my chickens, but there are always causes to fight for. We have to keep fighting for workers' rights, the rights of children, healthcare, and against the English-only laws in the United States. If there is full immigration reform, there will likely be people who are deported and others who benefit. For example, in the Obama healthcare law, undocumented immigrants are excluded, because Republicans say we are a burden. We see immigration reform as the hope that undocumented immigrants will one day have our rights recognized. The young dreamers have done impressive work for immigrant rights, risking their own safety. Young people with undocumented parents are also fighting for their families. People ask me why I didn't agree with the DREAM Act itself. I believe that the community should be mobilizing for immigration reform for everyone, for our families, not just for the dreamers or farm workers. I have always believed in the power of family. Families have won various cases, obtaining documentation status, although others have been deported. This is how the fight goes, and we continue to struggle. Now we do civil disobedience. Our attorneys from United Families, Chris Bergen and Roberto Lopez, have been arrested and taken to jail. This is what it has come to. There are very brave people who have been involved in the movement, and the struggle continues. Now that I live in Mexico, I see what is happening with Central American immigrants in this country, how their human rights are violated. There will always be immigrants to fight for. We need to respect their human rights, the rights of all immigrants. I continued to fight for better immigration laws in Mexico. In front of the U.S. Embassy, we organized El Via Crucis del Migrant, Migrant Way of the Cross, a religious march reflecting the journey of migrants. The last time we marched all the way to the Suchiate River, on the border of Chiapas, Mexico, and Guatemala, with Central American immigrants. Mexican immigration officials stopped us, but we were able to get to the end. We have also taken undocumented Central American migrants to the Mexican Congress to speak with representatives. We had never done this before. In Mexico, I have taken the trains that all the Central American migrants take northward. I have spent nights on these trains and along this migration route with the Central Americans. Sometimes I wake up and say, what the hell am I doing here? But the struggle must continue. In Mexico, what is happening to Central American migrants is tragic, and the government isn't doing anything to stop it or fight for immigration reform. We are organizing a caravan from the south to the north. We are going to cross all the states in the country. We want to raise the level of consciousness among all young Mexicans and the community in general of the fact that there are migrants everywhere in the world. The most unjust thing about immigration policy, especially in the US, is the separation of families, and the criminalization of migrants who only seek a better life. Though I have come back to Mexico, for me the struggle continues as we march towards better treatment for all displaced migrants in the world, and it has been the most important experience of my life. 5. According to the American Heritage Dictionary, an anchor baby is offensive, used as a disparaging term for a child born to a non-citizen mother in a country that grants automatic citizenship to children born on its soil, especially when the child's birthplace is thought to have been chosen in order to improve the mother's or other relatives' chances of securing eventual citizenship. 6287G is a federal program of the Department of Homeland Security that allows local law enforcement to enforce immigration law, thus making local police enforce civil law instead of adhering to its position of protecting public safety. 7. El Pistolero helped organize a march of over 40,000 immigrants against the Minutemen in the meatpacking district of Chicago in July 2005. Globalizing struggle, from civil war to migration. Pablo Alvarado. National Day Laborer Organizing Network. Many of us from Latin America have become involved in the movement in the United States because of the experiences we had in our own countries. During my youth in El Salvador, I came into contact with the tradition of popular education and fell in love with its form of resistance. I also became involved in the movement during the Civil War from 1980 to 1992. Afterwards, when I came to the US, I was able to apply the experiences and knowledge I gained in El Salvador. Our personal transformation is influenced by what is happening in the global South. I see that people like myself have brought our ideas and lessons to this country, and many of us return home bringing ideas from this country. This fluidity of ideas is going to help create concrete changes in this country that will allow people to provide for their families. My parents were farmers. I am from a small village where there was no running water or electricity, and the majority of people worked on coffee plantations. My mother did not go to school, and my father studied until the 3rd grade. He also pushed us to go to school. I started school at age 5, and every day I would come home and work in the fields with my father. Later, when the war started, everything changed. In my village, one could only go to school until the 4th grade. For 5th grade, I had to walk very far. Every day, on my walk to school, I would see bodies, arms, and legs left in the street. As a small child, this has a big impact on you. At that time, I could not understand the complexity of the problems that we were facing in El Salvador. At the time, my father had his own oxen, which we used to bring water to the village. We were considered middle class because we had these oxen, but we didn't even have shoes. Later, when I left my village to continue studying, I saw how the children who did not have shoes were treated. The other kids from the city made fun of me. For some reason, the teachers of this small city would separate the children from rural areas from the city kids in the classroom. At the time, I did not understand the concepts of class and race that played out there. Later, I was able to understand the role class played, but it was not until I came to the US that I was able to understand the role race played. There were divisions within my own village. For a time, my father joined a right-wing paramilitary group. These groups would recruit children by force and take them to serve in the army. Although he was a real right-winger, my father later quit that group. All of his children ended up being leftists. When the Civil War started, many of my friends were disappeared, tortured, and murdered, including a very close friend of my family. She was taken to an abandoned house close to my home and tortured. You could hear her screaming throughout the torture sessions. When I was 12, one of my brothers graduated school and became a teacher. He was our town's teacher, showing the farmers how to read and write. I began going to work with him. I thought it was so curious how the adults would pronounce the letters and words, and how they struggled to hold the pencil to write. I stayed and began helping my brother to teach people to read and write. Later, at the age of 16, I became the teacher in my village. My father forced us to go to school, and because of that I had the opportunity to attend university and the fortune to join the student movement. At the time, there were transportation strikes and I would have to walk or hitchhike to get from my village to the university in the city of San Miguel. This was in the middle of the Civil War. In the university, the staff and faculty would meet and develop curricula to teach reading, writing, and basic math on a large scale. My plan was to become a coordinator of thousands of students to teach these classes. On my last day of class, before I was supposed to begin the coordinator position, I got to my house at 8 p.m. and my whole family was in a meeting. My youngest brother had received a death threat. There were 2 options: go into the mountains with the guerrillas, or flee the country. I had no intention of coming to the US, but my family asked me to accompany my brother. We left the next day. It took us a month to make it here. I was 22 years old, my brother was 17, and we were carrying all of the experiences and difficult memories of the Civil War. It was a process for us to become integrated into a civil society in peace, not complete peace, but one where there was not so much political violence. Also, I already had developed a level of consciousness and perspective on the gringo community, how its government was involved in the war in my country. The dominant culture in the US is a capitalist culture that tells you to go to school to be able to accumulate things, make money, and have power over others. We call this the American dream. In El Salvador, something similar exists. Throughout the world we learn to internalize these values of capitalism. The values of the dominant culture are manifested in humble people, peasants, and working class. There is another culture, though, one in which people fight to free themselves, fight to change the conditions of their lives. This consists of taking on issues that impact their lives and getting together with people in an organized way, so that the community can reflect and create its own culture of liberation. I've worked in the US as a carpenter, a demolition worker, a gardener, and a deliveryman, all without immigration papers. I was working in a factory in East LA when I heard they were looking for volunteers to teach people how to read and write. Since I had experience with this, I decided to get involved, and ultimately I helped found the Institute for Popular Education of Southern California. Using the theories of Paulo Freire and popular education, I also began giving classes in the factory where I worked and in the surrounding community. When I learned to speak a little bit of English, I taught people how to speak English with the little bit that I knew. The workers who took part in the classes began to recount their own personal stories based on the popular education methodology, which is rooted in the experience of the participants. Many participants were day laborers. They brought stories of what happened to them on the corners with the police, with employers who did not pay them for their work. With the little English I knew, I began to help day laborers win their wage claims. I would study what to say in English. I would memorize it, go to the employer and say, "You have to pay." Sometimes I would meet with employers and wouldn't understand anything. I would simply memorize what I had to say ahead of time and repeat my lines. I also had meetings with the police to pressure them to do more to protect the rights of workers. Shortly thereafter, the city tried to open a day labor hiring hall and I began to organize workers for the campaign, telling them that, if they wanted something, they needed to do it themselves. Through this process, I came to know of CHIRLA, Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights of Los Angeles. In 1995, they hired me for my first paid organizing position to work with day laborers. At that time, we also started to work to make the day labor hiring halls more democratic, using leadership classes, where people learned a lot. Today many of the people who participated in our leadership school are organizers with unions in Los Angeles, while others have moved to other states and helped organize and open other day labor centers. We also formed a large soccer league of day laborers in LA, with more than 20 teams. Later, teams were formed in New York, D.C., and San Francisco. These informal exchanges started a process through which organizers and workers from various centers began to talk and share what was working and what wasn't. During games, workers would start talking about how much they got paid, what the work was like where they lived, how they confronted the police, etc. In fact, the idea for the National Day Laborer Organizing Network was born at a soccer game. We realized that workers from LA would migrate to Washington and Oregon in the winter. Workers would say, "I am going to Portland, who can help me while I am there?" So I would investigate what people or organizations they could get help from while they were there. The network started as something informal, and that was how we managed it until 1999, when we were able to hold our first conference of day laborers and their organizations on the West Coast. We began to create a national agenda for day laborers. In 2001, we founded the National Day Laborer Organizing Network, NDLN. I became the coordinator and only staff member of the network. Today, the network requires that member organizations are led by workers themselves. We require this because we don't believe you can make change without those who are directly impacted. For example, when immigration agents are knocking on an immigrant family's door, there aren't organizations to defend that family, they must know their rights to be able to defend themselves. Leadership development is part of a process whereby people learn their rights and enforce them for themselves. It is obvious that on immigration issues, workers are the best spokespeople. We are also creating alliances with the African American community. For example, in Georgia, we are going to create neighborhood defense committees with African Americans and Latinx. Before we Latinx arrived in Georgia, it was a mostly black community with its own rich history, and the reason why we could arrive there and not have to sit at the back of the bus is because they fought before us. So as a community, we have to recognize and celebrate the struggles of the past and today, and create alliances of mutual benefit. I would like to see a multiracial movement, where we can fight against the same systems that forced us to abandon our countries, against the system that sends good, local jobs from the US to countries where there is more exploitation, and against the system that is trying to incarcerate the African American and immigrant communities. This has to do with our theory of change. We believe that you cannot create social change unless those who are directly impacted participate. My vision and political understanding have changed with my experience and work with day laborers. I have seen police and employers screw over day laborers. I have seen how people see and treat immigrants as undesirable people, including people on our side. They see day laborers as a problem. They see them in the street and associate them with distasteful problems of our society. They say that the people who look for work in public create a bad image for us. Even other undocumented immigrants say this. Others have said they are impossible to organize. I saw the opportunity to bring dignity to this work. I saw an opportunity to fight against a system that tried to criminalize day laborers with ordinances that made it illegal to look for work in public. I saw an opportunity to create campaigns to fight against these types of abuses, but not just against the system. We would also create something new. We created new day labor centers where workers could participate in creating something for themselves and their community. Today the network is made up of more than 40 organizations at the national level. We have struggled and gained the right for day laborers to look for work in public anywhere in the country. We have helped launch national campaigns to defend the rights of immigrant workers in Arizona and Alabama, and now we are heading up a new campaign, Turning the Tide, against the Secure Communities program, through which Obama has deported more people than the George W. Bush administration. Here is what happened in Maryland, to one of the principal ICE agents in charge of overseeing the Secure Communities program. Secure Communities was supposedly a perfect system, because every person had to give their fingerprints and everyone's data had to be checked in a national database. At a meeting on Secure Communities, a group of activists and attorneys argued that this was not the case. But the ICE agent remained firm, saying that they only deported criminals. Immediately, an immigrant woman stood up and said, "Sir, you are lying, because I, Maria Bolanos, called the police when my husband was beating me, and when they arrived they arrested me. Now I am in the process of being deported." She showed them her ankle bracelet and told him again he was lying. When she gave this information, it changed everything in the room. This is what happens when those directly impacted fight for themselves. In 2011, we had a march in Georgia with 20,000 people. Beforehand, we held workshops in the community. In one of these, a young Mexican man said, "When I came here, I came like this." He walked in a circle with his head down. "But now I leave like this," and he raised his head. That was a week before the mobilization, and he went back to his community and brought back 5 buses filled with people. He was also able to get a rancher to pay for all of the buses. That change we saw in one person is part of achieving a big change. The majority of day labor centers were established because of a conflict and a necessity, and they have become centers for transformation. In Endlin, we have done 2 things at the same time. We have fought anti-solicitation ordinances that would make looking for work in public illegal, and we have created an alternative. There is something beautiful about getting the police on board with us to understand that day laborers need their own space. I have seen transformations in police officers, employers, and residents. I have seen officers go from being totally anti-immigrant to being some their most vocal allies. I believe in these types of personal transformations. I have also seen day laborers change when they realize their own power. The day labor centers are part of this process, because they are a place where day laborers can become involved and have a united voice to defend their right to look for work in public. This does not just defend the rights of day laborers but the rights of the whole community. I believe that defending the rights of day laborers, their workplace rights, and struggling around immigration issues is essential for everyone. When humble people fight, it helps everyone. It is ironic that day laborers have fought to defend the right of people to look for work in public, and after the economic crisis hit, many U.S. citizens began to look for work on corners, just like day laborers. If immigrant day laborers had not fought before, those people would not have had the right to look for work in public. In my view, vulnerable people fight to defend the rights of all society. Vulnerable people have the ability to make great changes. My original vision was that day labor centers would act out this theory of change at a local level, but later we saw the need to change this to the national level, because we saw various laws and provisions against day laborers proposed at the national level. We had to fight, because there was no one else to fight. Home Depot, a multinational, multi-billion-dollar business, was behind one of these laws, and we were able to defeat their proposals despite being such a small organization. In the future there will probably be more fights. Ideally, we would stop wage theft and anti-immigrant laws like SB 1070. But I also believe there will be more day labor hiring halls, and that it is inevitable that we will get immigration papers. There is fear across the country regarding the connection between unemployment and immigration. The question is, who has the ability to address this fear? In my view, it is the people who clean the houses and tend the gardens of those feeling the fear. I have seen that, when immigrant communities come together with U.S. citizens, we can win them over, when we can tell our stories. The youth involved in the DREAM Act have demonstrated this, using the language of coming out of the closet. Many of the children of day laborers participated in passing the legislation similar to the DREAM Act in California. This is the next generation that is going to take up the struggle. We have to support their struggle because they are our future organizers. This journey is long, but I know that if we develop a culture of liberation that is led by the affected community, we will win. Section 2, Our Solutions. Introduction. In the spring of 2006, cities across the country took part in the largest marches in U.S. history, bringing millions of people into the streets, shutting down highways, and paralyzing entire industries, such as meatpacking, restaurants, and construction industries highly dependent on a Latin immigrant workforce. 8. Two large marches took place in Austin, Texas, the first on April 10 and a day without an immigrant on May 1. For the latter, coalition organizers called on people to miss work, buy nothing, and walk out of school. Organizers of the march brought together evangelical and Catholic churches, socialists, anarchists, LGBT groups, university and high school students, unions, and social service organizations, one of the most broad-based coalitions the city has ever seen. Controversy surrounded the decision to support the economic boycott called for May 1, International Workers' Day, by the Los Angeles-based March 25 coalition. This caused some members, such as the Catholic Church, to withdraw their public support. However, the undocumented members groups like Workers' Defense Project 9 Latin at Immigrant Workers Center, were most motivated by the opportunity to participate in the general strike, and excitedly spent every evening in the lead-up to the march visiting churches, immigrant neighborhoods, and grocery stores telling others to strike. These massive actions were not dominated or controlled by one individual or group, but by the community itself. The marches became an impressive display of unity and the movement's capacity for rapid mass mobilization, unseen in the U.S. since the original May 1 marches in 1886, which mobilized hundreds of thousands of workers, inspiring an international movement for the 8-hour workday. Although Spanish-language press played a critical role in mobilizing community members to participate in the marches in Austin, English media outlets covered the events as though organized undocumented immigrants had simply appeared overnight. Many reporters claimed immigrants had come out of the shadows, a term that obscured the reality of undocumented communities. They had not been hiding in the shadows, they simply lifted the veil of our country's ignorance to their plight. Undocumented immigrants had long been organizing and speaking out about their struggle. The problem was that our elected officials, business interests, and the dominant culture simply hadn't been listening. For many of us who participated in these massive mobilizations, immigration reform seemed to be on the horizon. At the time, the Bush administration pushed for a more comprehensive and humane reform than what is currently being offered under the Obama administration. 10 After all the inspiring mega marches organized across the country, we asked ourselves, how could politicians not act in our favor? But, they didn't. As the massive marches faded into the background, and subsequent May Days got smaller with each passing year, our community went on the defensive. Conservative state legislators and local municipalities began to craft their own draconian immigration enforcement policies. At the same time, an explosion of community-based Latin at immigrant organizations emerged from the marches. Statewide and city immigrant rights coalitions popped up, worker centers were founded in response to the incredible labor abuse undocumented workers faced, and undocumented students began to articulate their own vision for immigration reform. While the 2006 marches took center stage, American Samoa, the most visible form of resistance, they have not been the only organizing strategies that the movement has employed. This section highlights key voices that helped mobilize and inspire the marches across the country, with the understanding that while the majority of participants in these actions had no ties to any organization, the marches themselves were driven by immigrant organizers who had years and, in some cases, decades of experience fighting for immigrant rights. Undocumented students, known as Dreamers, became one of the most exciting groups to build momentum following the 2006 marches. Many Dreamers have been at the forefront of the immigrant rights movement, employing aggressive civil disobedience tactics to demonstrate the urgency of their cause. They have pushed the community to come out as undocumented, risking deportation to challenge perceptions, policymakers, and their own communities. These students have waged hunger strikes, taken over Senate offices, and marched across the country under the banner of immigration reform. They have earned the admiration of the broader undocumented community, as well as the enmity of anti-immigrant groups. In a short time, Dreamers have become committed organizing veterans, developing expertise and vision that will serve the future immigrant rights movement. In addition to the Dreamers, this section will also spotlight the voices of communities facing massive criminalization and targeting by police and immigration enforcement. The criminalization of undocumented immigrants in this country has created new challenges for the movement, and sent the undocumented community reeling from the pervasive onslaught of increased police and immigration enforcement that has permeated nearly every community in the country. While increased immigration and police enforcement has led to a record number of deportations nationally, places like Arizona have become laboratories for some of the country's most punitive immigration policies. Immigrant groups on the ground in Arizona have confronted these policies head-on, bringing tens of thousands to march in the streets, coordinating impressive civil disobedience actions, and taking the time to slowly build a base in immigrant communities that are capable of self-defense. Groups like Tierra y Libertad in Tucson have organized with the undocumented around police and ICE collusion, and taken the opportunity to develop roots with the community and campaigns that engage them in long-term neighborhood projects centered on health and education. These projects demonstrate the possibility of long-term organizing and consciousness raising after immigration reform. These neighborhood-based self-defense strategies are modeled after neighborhood defense committees that protected leftist guerrilla barrios from military death squads in El Salvador during its gruesome civil war. Building a movement beyond national boundaries, transnational organizing strategies of undocumented indigenous migrants helped lead to the campaign for the right to stay home. The campaign pushed the idea that the immigration problem requires a deeper understanding and response that cuts across national borders. Indigenous migrants have argued that, for them, exploitation begins in Mexico, with the forced economic migration of hundreds of thousands Mexicans after the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, which has devastated the farming economy, leading to mass migration and the separation of families, putting indigenous languages and communities at the brink of extinction. 11. In 2006, the undocumented immigrant community came together from coast to coast, from major cities to rural America, to collectively say enough. They weren't led by one organization, political party, or union, but led by their own internal thirst for equality. This was the strength of the movement, but also its weakness. For sustained change can not only be achieved with spontaneous moments of disruption, but by long-term engagement that builds the collective capacity and organizations of the oppressed to make change and shift the balance of power. Most importantly, sustained change allows for a shift in the individual and collective conscience of a community, furthering its ability to imagine and practice a reality that is radically broader than the status quo. Since the 2006 marches, the daily life of undocumented immigrants has become increasingly unbearable in this country. As the possibility of passing comprehensive immigration reform has been pushed further to the margins, immigrant rights groups like La Hermandad Mexicana in California and Fuerza Unida in San Antonio have focused their attention on defending their community through localized efforts, including labor organizing campaigns, securing driver's licenses for the undocumented, seeking to guarantee in-state tuition for undocumented students, and stopping the collusion of police and immigration enforcement. In an attempt to battle the constant onslaught of attacks from xenophobic policymakers, hate groups, and exploitative business interests, the immigrant rights movement has had to divide its efforts and is now on the defensive. The real challenge for immigrant organizers is to develop more proactive strategies that allow the movement to build its power and influence, and expose the inhumanity, hatred, and inequality of our current immigration policies. This section offers a variety of key strategies employed by the immigrant rights movement over the years. It is by no means an exhaustive treatment of the tremendous organizing efforts and strategies that a range of grassroots organizations and unions have employed across the country. We share these stories and strategies with the intention of sparking a deeper conversation within the immigrant rights movement, one focused on long-term struggle, a struggle far from its last breath. 8. In the course of 4 short months in the spring of 2006, an estimated 3.5 to 5.1 million Latinx protested in the streets of over 160 cities in the United States. Mate Barreto, Sylvia Manzano, Ricardo Ramirez, and Kathy Rim, Mobilization, Solidaridad and Politics by Other Means, Latino Participation in the 2006 Immigration Protest Rallies, Urban Affairs Review 44, 2008, 736 to 764. In Austin, Texas, where, according to census figures, 70% of the construction workforce was foreign-born in 2006, Spanish-language media estimated that 80% of construction sites stopped work. Tyson Foods Incorporated and Cargill Meat Solutions closed numerous plants across the country, giving thousands of workers the day off work to attend the marches. http://theworldlink.com/news/local/immigrants flex economic muscle with boycott /article_C8884723D4C75FFAB61B7265E9B1B1F7.html. 9 Present. Editor Cristina Tzintzún served as a lead organizer for the 2006 Marches with Workers' Defense Project in Austin, Texas, and witnessed the massive community mobilization from undocumented immigrants during that time. 10 In 2005, President Bush proposed giving undocumented workers 3-year guest worker visas. His proposal was met with skepticism and anger by many in the Republican Party. The Democratic Party at the time failed to put forth their own cohesive proposal, though there has been important leadership on the issue from a few representatives such as Congressman Luis Gutierrez of Illinois, Michael A. Fletcher and Darrell Fears. Bush pushes guest worker program, Washington Post, November 29, 2005, http://www.washingtonpost.com/wp9/content/article/2005/11/28/00067_2.html. 11 In 2004, President Vicente Fox boasted in regular TV commercials that under his leadership 7 million Mexicans had been lifted out of poverty. During this same year, it was estimated that 390,000 Mexicans left Mexico to establish residency in the U.S., along with the millions of Mexican citizens already residing abroad. At this rate, it is not surprising to find that 96.2% of all municipalities in Mexico document international migration patterns. Indigenous communities have particularly high migration rates. The Zapotec village of Villa Alta, Oaxaca, which I surveyed in 2006, recorded 40% of villagers living abroad. Apartheid in Arizona, when ICE and criminal justice converge. Rosalba Romero and Cesar Lopez. Tierra y Libertad. Located in Tucson, Arizona, just 25 miles north of the US-Mexico border and in one of the most militarized areas in the country, Tierra y Libertad has been organizing with the community to fight back against anti-immigrant policies. Cesar Lopez and Rosalba Romero shared their experiences organizing with Presente. Editors in a phone interview. How did you get involved in the movement? Rosalba: I started to see the various situations we experienced as immigrants, how we were being attacked, including by the media that viewed us either as criminals or victims. That is when I encountered Tierra y Libertad. I was already immersed in various organizing efforts in Tucson at the time. I began to learn about my rights in my daughter's school. I learned what resources existed in the community and I began to open my eyes. I wasn't like a lot of people who were afraid to be walking down the streets, so I started to go out and learn more and share information with others. When I met Tierra y Libertad, I knew they were special and unique. I liked how they worked towards obtaining autonomy. The idea behind Tierra y Libertad is to create a sustainable community, in terms of food, family, health, the economy, and peace. This is the basis of our work. We also don't just involve one sector of the community like kids, adults, or immigrants, we involve everyone. We want the community leading their own fight to achieve their own destiny. We want to be a model of how a neighborhood can defend itself when people work together. Together we have worked hard to unite against the Support Our Law Enforcement and Safe Neighborhoods Act, SB 1070. SB 1070, a bill that passed in Arizona, was the strictest anti-immigrant law in U.S. history. Among other provisions, the law gave local law enforcement the ability to stop people for suspicion that they might be undocumented. African Americans, Latinx, and whites in our neighborhoods came together for the large mobilizations against SB 1070. We taught people in our community to rise up and fight for themselves. What we seek is for our community to be able to work together and not look to the government for all of our solutions. Some organizations only say what they think the community wants to hear. For me, it is important that the community understands what the reality is. We want to help the community with their basic needs, but we also want them to do this for themselves. I'm an immigrant myself, but I know I can't speak for others for various reasons. As an organizer, I have a certain level of power, and because of this I cannot speak for others, about what they should want. In Tierra y Libertad, we come together in committees to make decisions. We train each other. It is communal work, which is how our struggle must be to make real change. I came to this country 11 years ago, and at the time I didn't want to. When people would tell me that there was more work in the US and you could earn more, it seemed illogical. I thought, well, if you earn more, that must mean everything costs more. In Mexico, a serious economic crisis developed in the mid-90s under President Salinas de Gortari. He left the country in horrible shape. I was bankrupt, and so was my husband, whose business was destroyed. All of this led to our decision to come to this country, but I didn't want to come here. The first years were horrible for me. I fell into a deep depression and would cry every day. I felt horrible. This wasn't my country and I felt awful. People would tell us we should be afraid. Other immigrants would say that, if you left your house, immigration could take you away. In my country, I felt free. I was a professional, a daycare program coordinator. It was very hard for me to be in this country facing so many challenges and living with so much fear on a regular basis. I didn't want to come to this country, but I came to support my husband. I faced a lot of personal difficulties in coming here and in my community work. When I told my husband I had received an organizer's certificate through Tierra y Libertad, he didn't like that. He didn't want me to work or anything. So I decided not to say anything, so he wouldn't know what I was doing, and I continued working and organizing. After 6 months, he realized I was working with Tierra y Libertad, which led to an internal power struggle in our relationship. Cesar Lopez, I was born here. I was the first person in my family to be a U.S. citizen. I was born in the car en route from Nogales, Mexico to Tucson, Arizona. I was raised in between Nogales and Tucson. These cities were very connected when I was growing up. I began to see more and more how the border was being militarized. I remember when they began to construct the first border wall. You couldn't see the other side anymore, and the bicultural community between Nogales and Tucson began to fall apart. Before the wall, you would cross the border in a car, by bike, or walking. You could cross the border to buy bread, visit your friend or girlfriend, you could cross for whatever reason and come back quickly. Now all of that is over. There are checkpoints everywhere, which have made us feel like we are living in a militarized zone. We also began to see people die in the drainage system when they were trying to cross into the US. This started to happen more in the 90s, when I was in high school. Since many of my cousins were from Mexico, I saw that I easily could have been one of these migrants, without work, without a future or options. Tucson is very militarized, if not one of the most militarized cities in the country. They don't teach you a lot about social movements in school, so on my own, I began to think about how I could become active to make a change and help people. In my teenage years, I became aware of community-based movements, such as priests in Mexico and Tucson forming part of the sanctuary movement to help migrants crossing into the U.S. I began to learn about the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq and about the past civil wars of Central America. All of this helped me begin to think about how communities here in the US had organized in the 1960s and 1970s, when they had a critical mass, and how they struggled against the government. Along with others, I began to think about what organizing is, and we are still learning. We started to hold lots of activist events. We were Latinx, natives, and African Americans, all of us people of color, forming a collective. In the collective, we decided to focus on health issues. But we saw health in a way that looked at our whole neighborhood and how we could fix the problems in our community. This led to the formation of Tierra y Libertad 7 years ago. When we started, we did an all-day occupation of a government health building. The government charged us with felony crimes. Even though we had a lot of people participating, both people of color activists and white allies, we didn't have the backing of the affected community. That was when Tierra y Libertad was born. We said we were going to learn to organize through the idea of promoting a healthy community. To me, there is a difference between activism and organizing. Many people are involved in activism, but what we want is to go beyond activism and organize. We want to organize with the community, not just provide services or advocate for the community. What we want is to build the capacity of people to fight for themselves, and this is not easy, or something that we naturally know how to do. What has been the impact of the anti-immigrant laws of Arizona on your work? Rosalba and Cesar, being an undocumented immigrant is sometimes a difficult reality to live. You never feel completely safe to go out and do even simple things, like go to school with your kids, or go to the grocery store. Arizona is a laboratory for policies based on hate, where the worst laws are put into place, and then exported nationally. In 2004, we organized against the various laws proposed in the Arizona state legislature, like a law that required individuals to produce proof of citizenship before they could register to vote or apply for public benefits. The proposition, known as Bill 200, also made it a misdemeanor for public officials to fail to report persons applying for these benefits who were unable to produce documentation of citizenship, and allowed citizens who believed public officials had given benefits to undocumented persons to sue for damages. Bill 200 is part of the history that led to SB 1070, Bill 300, which forbids college students from receiving state financial assistance if they cannot prove they are legal residents, and the Employer Sanctions Law, all of which led to a climate and culture of hate against immigrants in Arizona. Right-wing legislators tried to wrap all of these proposals into one law in 2004 with Bill 200, and we worked very hard to defeat that law, but we lost. with 56% of the vote supporting the proposal. Later, however, much of the law was deemed unconstitutional and it wasn't implemented completely. But its passage left the door open for anti-immigrants to continue pushing for other legislation. Now we have Jan Brewer as our governor, and nearly all of the heads of government in our state are anti-immigrant. They don't want us here. They don't see what we contribute to the state. These anti-immigrant sentiments are reflected in the fact that immigrants are afraid to leave their houses, especially after the passage of SB 1070. After SB 1070, there were arrests of community members every day. Families were being detained for whatever reason. SB 1070 was passed in 2010, but in reality, it was being practiced before then. Now, however, they can arrest us openly and violate our civil rights without fear of any repercussions. SB 1070 has also been made national in some ways because the federal government, Republicans and Democrats, has begun to dramatically criminalize immigrants in the last couple of years. After years of fighting for immigrant rights, all we see are fewer driver's licenses for the undocumented, laws that criminalize day laborers, the majority of whom are immigrants, and legislation to make our lives unbearable. During the 1990s, many conservative, middle-class whites came to retire in Arizona because it is warm and sunny. They have their second houses in Arizona and they come to live here in the winter. We call them snowbirds. These are people who vote, so they have a big influence over policy, even though they are not originally from Arizona. While some of the retired folks who came here actually joined the immigrant rights movement, overall they created an environment under which anti-immigrant laws could be passed. During this time, we saw the passage of federal programs including Operation Gatekeeper and Hold the Line, which led to a more militarized border in Texas and California. As a result, we began to see more people crossing through Arizona, and more people dying in the desert. Here on the border, close to 500 people die a year. But that was the government's idea, make people cross through Arizona, where it is much hotter and more dangerous, because it is easier to let people die in the desert than deport them. Arizona was also one of the first states that prohibited the undocumented from obtaining driver's licenses. Our state has led the charge to criminalize the undocumented. It took something like 10 to 15 years to militarize the border in California and Texas, and for all of these laws to be implemented. And now migrants have to cross Arizona, an extremely conservative, right-wing, and anti-immigrant state. People die in the desert during their journey to this country and many bodies are not found. So it seems like it isn't a big deal that thousands of people have died. This is part of U.S. exceptionalism, according to which we supposedly do not torture, as a country we are supposedly incapable of committing wrong. We are located in Pima County. We are close to Maricopa County in Phoenix, trapped between the border and Maricopa County. All around us there are now lots of checkpoints, and people feel they cannot move freely. There are also paramilitary groups, who were in the news saying that immigrants without papers should be shot and killed. All of this created an environment of fear and criminalization, despite the fact that the economy cannot function without immigrants. We have heard that many immigrants have left the state because of how difficult it is to live here. All of this is an experiment. In this state, you can elect someone like Sheriff Joe Arpaio, one of the most racist and dangerous sheriffs in the country. The case of Phoenix is one of the most grave in the state. The situation immigrants face in Tucson is not as bad. In Phoenix, it is unbearable, especially with Sheriff Joe Arpaio and Governor Jan Brewer there. People in Phoenix are openly discriminated against by the government based on their race. SB 1070 motivated people to fight, but at the same time, we are still recovering from the fight. In Arizona, it is now a fact of life, and everywhere under the Homeland Security Program, Secure Communities, that you can go out just to pick up your children and be detained and deported. In Tucson it is hard for us, because you can't go south or you will run into Border Patrol. It is extremely militarized. In the south there is Border Patrol, and to the north there is Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Thus, a person can't feel free here. We are obligated to stay in a small area, we are surrounded on all sides. Tucson voters did not support the anti-immigrant Bill 200. Here, few Republicans get elected. Yet, still there are a lot of deportations, fear, and immigration detention centers. What happens here is that the Border Patrol, or the police, stops you, they ticket you, arrest you, and then immigration officials come to the private prison where you're being held, run by Corrections Corporation of America, a half hour from here. At one prison they have 3,800 beds reserved for undocumented immigrants. You talked about working across race and ethnicity, can you tell us more about how that has been important to your organizing efforts? Rosalba, when SB 1070 was passed, some white allies decided to leave the state. They were so upset that they didn't want to be in a place that was so against the immigrant community. Others became involved in the movement. Here we have a mixed race movement. If you have white privilege, or the privilege of being born here, you may ask yourself, what is my role in the movement? And I have had to work with allies to help answer this question. I am very interested in working with white allies. I am interested in their point of view. For example, I had a white friend who was very involved in the movement, and she told me she felt guilty because she had privileges that the rest of us didn't have. During that time, I was undocumented, now I have been documented for a year, but previously I did all of my organizing when I was undocumented. I told her that if we let ourselves be overcome by guilt, we are never going to win, because we need to work together. I told her we need to see the strength of every individual and how they can become integrated in the movement, that we should not be divided. We need to see what we have in common and, based on that, and organize together. Immigrants in Arizona have faced very serious challenges. How do you move forward from here and try to defend the community? Rosalba and Caesar, I have always disliked when people look at us undocumented immigrants as criminals. That chokes me. Another thing that chokes me is the media, or leaders, and spokespeople of the community who treat us like victims. I feel horrible when people tell me, oh, you poor thing. You are undocumented, and we have to help you. When I hear this my blood starts to boil. Why? Because they don't see what we are doing, what we are capable of doing. It is not fair that supposed leaders see us as victims. I think they only do it to get more money for their organizations. Families are defending themselves. We are organizing, and what we need is for people to stop seeing us as helpless victims. We need to work in the community to organize and build a base. The marches that have taken place in Phoenix against SB 1070 are important, but it is even more important for us to be organized in our own communities, not just to go to a march once a year, but to defend ourselves every day, and to work together to resolve our own problems. We need our autonomy to achieve equality and dignity, and we are the only ones who will be able to achieve this for ourselves. That is the long-term struggle we are engaged in. Harnessing our collective power, the economic boycott of 2006. Gloria Salcedo. La Hermandad Mexicana. Millions of people participated in the mega marches of 2006. The work of organizers and activists in Los Angeles and Chicago inspired undocumented immigrants across the country to march in the streets. Additionally, organizers in Los Angeles led the charge for a national strike that called for undocumented immigrants to not go to work and buy nothing on May 1, 2006. Gloria Salcedo's story documents the important role organizers and activists played in Los Angeles, and their impact nationally during the spring of 2006. In Los Angeles, the organizing for the 2006 marches started with the Minutemen. In 2005, I, along with others from La Hermandad Mexicana, an immigrant rights organization based in California that serves thousands of Latin immigrants a year, started to go to the San Diego border to confront the Minutemen. At the time, they were going to patrol the border supposedly to try and catch undocumented immigrants. At the border, I met a variety of people, including Jesse Diaz and Javier Rodriguez, who had been organizing with the undocumented and Chicano communities for several decades. They both had labor organizing backgrounds and had been involved in trying to organize undocumented workers, sometimes through boycotts and walkouts. At these actions against the Minutemen, we started to organize and get to know each other. In Los Angeles, we worked together to organize students and human rights groups to defend the rights of immigrants when the Sensenbrenner law was proposed, one of the most anti-immigrant laws in the history of this country. Point 12 We thought, we must do something, we can't let this law pass. So we came up with the idea of having a massive march against the bill on March 25. We started organizing for the march in January of that year. We had many tasks. Javier Rodriguez, Jesse Diaz, Alicia Flores from Hermandad Mexicana from Ventura County, and I worked as a team. To get the word out about the march, we worked with the media. We invited the public to the march on Univision's LA TV channel. We even held a press conference. But we knew we still needed to do more to get the word out. After the press conference, Jesse, Javier, Alicia, and myself decided we needed to talk with the radio DJ Peelin. Point 13 So the four of us went to look for his producer. We talked to him, told him about the Sensenbrenner law, how bad it was for the community, how it would impact undocumented immigrants, and he told us he would look into the possibility of giving us airtime to publicize the march. That same day, March 10, just 15 days before our march was scheduled, we learned that there was a huge march in Chicago. Seeing that over 100,000 people attended, that really motivated us. The day of the march in Chicago, I received a call from Peelin's producer. He told me that they were going to support us, and that we had to be at the station within an hour to make the announcement. We went to the radio station and invited the public to join us at the march. When we were there, I thought to myself, now we need to do outreach to all the radio stations so they can help us reach as many people as possible. That night, I went to a dinner with all of the radio producers and DJs of Los Angeles. Peelin, El Kyoki, and El Mandril were there. It was decided that all of the DJs would support the march planned for March 25. Everyone was agreed that they should mobilize the community, and they all made their own announcements, with some DJs coordinating their announcements amongst themselves. The DJs played a huge role in mobilizing the community. Once the word got out about the march, with all the buzz on the airwaves, our organizing work became easier. The message reached everyone in the community, so we began to hold meetings and become more active through grassroots tactics. The community was so energized. I would leave my house to organize for the march at 6 a.m., and we would not come back until 11 p.m. We didn't have money, not even to pay for posters. But there was a man who owned a print shop who was organizing with us. He had fixed his immigration status under the amnesty in 1986. He told us it didn't matter if we had money or not, he would help us. He gave us credit and didn't charge us much to make tons of posters for the mega march. He said that, because he had benefited from amnesty, he felt he needed to support us and other undocumented immigrants. He hadn't been part of the struggle to win the amnesty of 1986, but he learned from us that others had fought so that he could have papers. He saw how hard it was now for us to get amnesty for people, so he supported us to help his community. It was through people like him that we were able to reach more people. We went to supermarkets and places that were visible to the community to announce the action and hang up posters. In the beginning, there were just a few groups organizing for the march. Later, many groups and churches started attending meetings and helping mobilize the community. It was interesting that the older students of Hermandad Mexicana, those who were 50 or 60 years old, the real oldies of the movement, helped organize the march alongside young people. Everyone was unified, age didn't matter. The march was supposed to start at 10 a.m. I got there at 8 a.m., expecting to be one of a few organizers there, but there were already people coming from all over. I felt so happy and proud of our work and the community. We had planned to have 200 mariachis play during the march, but so many people came that you couldn't hear any of them. We had printed shirts to give to people, but there were so many people we didn't have enough. People came from San Francisco and all parts of California. I remember the Service Employees International Union, SEU, had asked us how many people we expected to march. I said 1 million, and even though some people thought that was impossible, it's what happened. We marched nearly 2.5 miles, from Olympic Boulevard to the City Council, with hundreds of thousands of people behind us. We even marched on the highway. It felt like nothing could stop us. Despite having so many people, many politicians still didn't support us, including the mayor. But that didn't matter. It was a march of the people, not of any group or political party. The people made the march. They decided on their own to take action. At the march on March 25th, we, Jesse, Javier, and Alicia, came up with the idea of having a boycott on May 1st. We saw that the community was ready to stand up for themselves. There, in front of everyone, we announced the boycott and mega march for May 1st, to start at 10 a.m. We decided as a group to make the boycott for immigration reform. We wanted to hold the boycott on May 1st, International Workers' Day, to honor all the people from our community, millions of people without documents, who work day after day in some of the most difficult jobs. We wanted businesses to see the economic power of the undocumented worker. During the organizing for the big boycott, divisions arose. 2 groups formed. There was the already existing March 25th coalition, which we had created, and another coalition that formed around the Catholic Church and some other groups that decided to hold a march on the evening of May 1st. They were opposed to the boycott because they thought people should be working during the day. They aired television commercials against the boycott, telling the community not to participate. The unions also couldn't support the strike because their contracts made it illegal to strike. I never understood why the Catholic Church was opposed to the strike, and I still don't understand it. I am Catholic, but I was taught to be a rebellious Catholic, to see injustice and fight to end it. I went to school with nuns who taught us to be respectful and fight for the poor. It is our people, immigrants and Mexicans, who go to church, who fill the pews, who give financially to the church. I believe our people can also be taught to raise their voices together against all of the injustice in this country. I can't understand why the church will not rise up against injustice. One of my friends, a program coordinator at a Catholic church in LA, was a faithful member. She spoke with her priest and asked him to rent buses to take congregants to the May 1st strike and march. You see, even though the highest officials of the church were against the strike, their faithful were not. The faithful went out and asked the church to rent buses to go to the march. This also happened with Unions Point 14. If you walked around in Los Angeles on May 1st, 2006, you would have noticed that people didn't even buy water. The stores were closed. Some places were open, but people didn't even go inside to buy water. I believe that the general strike and boycott was a success because we took our message to a mass of people. The press said that nearly 500,000 people participated in the march, even with all the divisions. And our call for the boycott and strike spread like wildfire across the country. On May 1st, people marched and didn't go to work in many places around the U.S. This showed that our people are ready to take the streets. Unfortunately, we no longer have the economic resources to get the word out like we did in 2006. In 2006, we were able to get the people, independent of any organization, to take the streets. The union and church hierarchy could not control the movement. Perhaps because they couldn't, they felt insecure, worried about losing power, and this might be why they didn't link up with the movement of the masses. As organizers, we saw that our people were ready for the call to action. The marches of 2006 showed us that we must continue to fight, day after day, until the people are ready to rise up even more boldly. We must take experiences of the past, like the 2006 marches, and learn from our mistakes and successes. There are less people in more recent marches because our organizations lack funds, because the press no longer supports us, and because of the reprisals the Los Angeles police have taken at our marches. 15 Another reason is that people think, we have marched and marched, but we still don't have anything. These are some of the excuses I have heard. The media says their job is to entertain the people and make them happy, not be overly political. I believe that the DJs and producers who supported us in 2006 were threatened with being fired if they continued to support us. I was inspired to take action for my community by fighting to win immigration reform. As immigrant organizers, we are in favor of immigration reform. We have made our message public, supported our community, and held marches and boycotts that express the desires of the people. Yet, we still have politicians of Hispanic and of Mexican origin who could be more active in helping us achieve immigration reform. We lack true political leaders. Politicians need to know that our community is watching them, that we will support them, and that they should embody the people's discontent about immigration reform by taking bold action. Right now, there is so much fear in the community due to deportations. People in power are being allowed to divide families. After 2006, the Democratic Party won lots of elections. Many of the victors were of Hispanic origin, congressional representatives and senators with considerable power. I don't understand why they aren't more active in defending their people. We are fighting a powerful enemy that knows if Latinas have more political power, they will lose their hold on Congress. They are not used to seeing women and men of Hispanic origin in power. The status quo sees us as a big threat. They don't want another immigration reform like the one in 1986, because even though it only allowed 2 million people to legalize their status, many of their children gained political power at the local, state, and federal levels. The current governing party in Congress believes it will lose control for the long haul if more Latinas gain the right to vote. It is very important for undocumented immigrants to stand up for themselves, but it is also very important for them to have a political infrastructure through which they can win their demands. For example, I have given myself to the movement because there is a spirit that I was born with. When I was in school, they taught me to fight for the most weak, to respect and help the least protected. So when I came to this country, I began organizing with the Hermandad Mexicana as a volunteer. Today, I am a founder and director of Transnational Hermandad Mexicana, which is the next generation of the organization working in Mexico and the US. Over time, I learned that I liked organizing, helping people know their rights, getting them to take classes to learn to read and write so they could get amnesty. I learned many things, but mostly I learned how to fight for our rights as immigrants. We worked on adult education issues. We would take trips to Sacramento and lobby. Later, we worked to win family reunification, so that people who had received amnesty could fix the papers of their children under the age of 12, allowing them to be in the country. All of this was won by organizing, by sending letters, talking to the community, and making visits to Sacramento and Washington, D.C. I was in charge of organizing my Spanish writing class participants to go to Washington, D.C. because Hermandad Mexicana was trying to win the passage of laws favorable to the undocumented. I took all the knowledge and experience I had gathered since 1986 and put it into our organizing work in 2006. Today I believe that the most organized members of our movement are students, the dreamers. We have many undocumented people with degrees working with us. It has been a different sort of challenge to raise consciousness in these students and professionals, but the years of suffering the community has collectively endured have been a great school. It has made us conscious of the need to organize and struggle. It requires so much time, desperation, and frustration, but this is part of the organizing process. When those 12 million people have legal status, they will be ready to struggle for themselves and make a better society than we have now. As a movement, we must continue forward. We need to fight together for the same objective. When I march with young people, I can't keep up with them because they walk so fast. We are all going to walk at our own pace, but we should walk towards the same objective, immigration reform that protects the rights of everyone. 12 Republican Congressional Representative Jim Sensenbrenner introduced Bill H.R. 4437. The bill passed the House in 2005, and sought to drastically increase the penalties and criminality of undocumented immigration, including making it a crime to provide support or aid to undocumented immigrants. The bill was so broad in seeking to criminalize undocumented immigrants and their supporters, that it caused outrage in immigrants, social service providers, and the Catholic Church to name a few. 13 Piolín, also known as Eddie Sotelo, is one of the nation's most popular Spanish-language DJs. His radio show Piolín in the Morning is broadcast on over 100 radio stations across the country. Piolín originally came to the U.S. as an undocumented immigrant. He encouraged his listeners to participate in the mega marches of 2006. In 2007, he led a caravan across the country, attempting to deliver 1 million petitions demanding that Congress pass comprehensive immigration reform. 14 While institutions like the Catholic Church, AFL-CIO, and some national Latin and immigrant rights organizations did not support the boycott, the extent to which they opposed the boycott and national strike differed across the country. In Los Angeles, the Catholic Church ran announcements in direct opposition to the boycott. In Austin, Texas, local churches simply took no position on it and encouraged their congregants to participate in rally activities. In the end, national divisions were not able to stop the force of the boycott and undocumented immigrants' desire to participate everywhere. In Austin, it was estimated that 80% of restaurants and construction sites closed on May 1, 2006. 15 At the 2007 May Day March in Los Angeles, the police department shot the nonviolent, permitted rally with rubber bullets. The city of Los Angeles paid $13 million to settle lawsuits accusing the police department of excessive force. From the factory floor to the barrio, Viola Casares and Petra Mata. Fuerza Unida. Among individuals, as among nations, respect for the rights of others is peace. Benito Juárez. This celebrated declaration by Mexico's first indigenous president is a testament to the true value of human rights and respect for all. It is also a testament to the spirit of Fuerza Unida, a membership-based organization in the south side of San Antonio, Texas that empowers women workers and their families to achieve social, economic, and environmental justice. Founded in 1990 in response to the closure of a Levi Strauss factory in San Antonio, Fuerza Unida has been involved in a variety of social justice struggles over the last 2 decades, working on issues of women's empowerment for self-sufficiency, gender equality and labor rights, immigration, environmental justice, and health education within the Latinat community. We were 2 of the first workers fired when Levi's closed its San Antonio factory on January 15, 1990. We were 2 of 1,150 other workers fired without notice, left without a job, and with an unjust severance package. Levi's decision to close our plant and move production abroad came just a few years before the passage of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, under which thousands of U.S. workers lost garment and manufacturing jobs. Levi's wanted to move production to Costa Rica, where they would pay other Latina women just $1.08 an hour. Our story is about how we have organized ourselves in response to the globalization that has made women of color like us disposable. When we were working in the factory, we kept our eyes closed. We didn't know much about politics and we didn't know anything about organizing. But when the plant shut down, we began to organize ourselves, along with other women workers from the factory and our allies, to demand fair compensation from Levi's and better conditions for workers in other sewing factories across the country. Fuerza Unida, the early years. Together, we worked at Levi's for over 20 years. The workers at the plant were mostly Latina and immigrant women. Some of them were there even longer. At first, it was good. You could even say we were happy. We earned a decent wage and were thankful to have a job. We learned a lot working at the plant. But we also worked a lot of hours, day and night. Sometimes we were the first to come in and the last to leave. Levi's had us brainwashed. They would tell us we were a family. The managers would occasionally give us coffee and donuts on our break as a reward for meeting production quotas, but we didn't have enough time to eat or drink. Levi's paid a piece rate, so in order to get more money we had to produce more. Management put a lot of pressure on the workers to produce, and many of us, particularly the older women, could not keep up with the pace. By the time they closed the plant we were producing $70 million annually in Dockers and Office Corp pants. When Levi's added Dockers pants and jackets to our workload, they hadn't updated the machinery. Because of the increased workload and inadequate equipment, we had to put in more hours at the factory for the same piece rate. We worked day and night and couldn't keep up with the pace of production. A lot of women injured themselves on the job. In fact, one of the reasons that Levi's closed down the plant in San Antonio is that many of the workers suffered injuries like carpal tunnel syndrome from all of the hours of repetitive work as machine operators. But at that time, we lived for the company. We were honored by the few things they gave us. We never heard any workers say, "You have a voice, you can say this isn't right or that isn't right." We didn't know anything about workers' rights. The closing of the plant was what pushed us to organize. Fuerza Unida started that same day. When management announced that they would be closing the plant, we workers walked out together in opposition. We were met by the Southwest Workers Union, SWU, an organization of low-income workers and families in San Antonio that was picketing outside on our behalf. They encouraged us to organize and educated us about our rights. We received a lot of support at the local and national level, from labor unions and other community-based organizations. After the plant closed, we held our first meeting at a local church in San Antonio. That night, 17 workers from the factory showed up. Together, we chose the name Fuerza Unida and agreed to meet weekly to plan a response to Levi's. From there, our organization quickly grew to 600 members, nearly half of the plant. The early years were exciting, but difficult. We were new to organizing. We didn't know how to stage a protest or give public talks. Between 1985 and 1990, Levi's closed 26 plants in the United States, including 3 in San Antonio. But we were the first Levi's workers to fight back. We demanded that the company pay the workers what they deserved, including their pension. We wanted Levi's to compensate all workers who were injured in the factory and we wanted our jobs back. We launched a boycott of Levi's, picketing outside the factories that were still open in San Antonio, and at local malls. We even took the fight to Levi's corporate headquarters in San Francisco. For over a year, with the help of SWU, we held a protest outside of their corporate office while maintaining the pressure in San Antonio. Our campaign against Levi's served as an example for other workers who faced plant closures across the country. When we started, most of us were Mexican immigrants with little education who didn't know how to speak English very well. Our story told other women that they too could organize and fight back. We worked with women at other factories from San Antonio to San Francisco. Because of our struggle, Levi's adopted a more generous severance package for workers at other plants that closed down after ours. Now, Levi's is gone. They shipped Austin's Zarzamora Street plant to Costa Rica and later closed down all of their plants in the U.S. Years of protests didn't get us everything we were demanding, but we did get an education, experience, and training from being part of a social movement, from the work it took to build Fuerza Unida. That has been the best payment we've received. Fuerza Unida has been a sort of school for us. We started here as kindergartners and we haven't graduated yet. We don't feel totally satisfied, because there is still a lot to learn. Political education is critical for us. We constantly ask ourselves, what is happening in our community? How do we get involved? How can we get more organized? Where do we go from here? After 20 years, Fuerza Unida is still here, still struggling, still organizing. We are seeking alternatives, helping to create dignified jobs and meet the needs of our community. Fuerza Unida emerged out of necessity. It has been and will continue to be an organization for the community, for low-income people, for immigrants, for the people who want to make change. Beyond Levi's. In the late 1990s, we held a meeting and agreed to expand our focus and organize all workers, whether they were from the Levi's plant or not. We also started to work on issues beyond the workplace, responding to the various needs of our community. We now do get out the vote work. We have information for those interested in becoming citizens. We do workshops for domestic violence survivors, and about immigration. We provide social services related to health. We have a food pantry and we organize with youth in San Antonio. These initiatives have come out of monthly meetings where different members of the community talk with us about the issues they're facing, about their needs. Solidarity with groups in and outside of the United States has been critical to our struggle. Our work is not done alone. We have to network to support and learn from one another. We have taken our message on the road to speak in New Mexico, California, and Washington, to let other groups hear our story. This is one way we combat the challenge of neoliberalism, by building power with groups across the country, with workers like us. A couple of years ago, we met with members of a seamstress cooperative from Mexico at a fair trade event in Austin. We learned about their needs, their struggles, and they learned about ours. Inspired by their work, we formed our own seamstress collective with former workers from Levi's and other women from the community. We make pajama tops and bottoms, recycled bags, alterations, scarves, and t-shirts, and we are now moving toward making blue jeans. Through the sewing collective, we have more control over our work. But we're not only making products. While we work, we talk about politics. We talk about what is affecting our community, and it becomes a space for us to organize. The Seamstress Collective helps us provide jobs and bring needed funding into Fuerza Unida. But the organization is also sustained by our membership. Members pay annual dues and in exchange receive educational workshops, access to our food pantry, and a voice and vote to guide the organization's mission and programs. This organizational model, which is similar to a union, is supported by the commitment of our members, who are guaranteed the right to shape the future of our organization. We are all in the same boat. We are all fighting for the same vision. Current conditions and future struggles. We have now dedicated more than 20 years of our lives to social, economic, and environmental justice, and to developing other community leaders in the city of San Antonio, particularly through immigrant families. Today, as when we started, we face many challenges. One of them is creating new leaders in the immigrant community. Not just anyone can be a leader. It is a difficult role, especially to be an honest leader. You can be corrupt, seeking only to satisfy your own personal needs. But a real leader is there for the community. They develop out of necessity, and at the end of the process they stand out. The members of Fuerza Unida who have joined the board of directors are there because they have given themselves to the organization. They have been long-term members and understand the importance of organizational development, leadership development, and the struggle of Fuerza Unida. You don't become a leader just because you want to be a leader. You have to feel it. You have to think about what it means and practice that in order to change oneself and one's community. Gender discrimination is also a big obstacle on the road to giving voice to the Latin at immigrant community. As women, we experience discrimination not only at work, but at home as well. Our husbands have told us, "You stay in the house to take care of my kids, make them food, and make me food. Your job is not to be out organizing." We try to highlight this in our talks with community members. Men think that women don't have the same rights, that they shouldn't take to the streets, shouldn't speak out. And this gender discrimination isn't limited to our husbands and brothers. It also comes from those in positions of power. Other immigrant leaders have made us feel as though we don't have the education to be leaders or spokespeople for our community. But here at Fuerza Unida, we've proven that we can be leaders as women, as immigrants. Despite our lack of formal education and the fact that we had never organized before, we have created a new path. They may be small changes, but we made them. Of course, one of our biggest challenges is the failure to pass immigration reform. Our community needs permission to work. We believe everyone should work in a just workplace where they are treated with respect and can provide for their families. We want our members to have the opportunity to be a citizen or a legal resident so they can stand up for themselves more easily. Once you're a citizen, you can register to vote. You can have a stronger voice in the political process. Yet it seems as though the process to become a citizen has become even more difficult. Politicians have made it even harder. They fear people organizing to make change. That's why they put up so many barriers. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to keep moving forward. The mainstream media and politicians talk about Latinx as a minority, but things are changing. Imagine how things would be different if we could vote. What would happen if 12 million or more undocumented folks could vote? They say we don't have rights because we are immigrants, but this land is ours, it used to be Mexico's. As they say, we didn't cross the border crossed us. Our struggle has been going on for over 500 years in the Americas, so we are ready to keep fighting. Even if we achieve legalization, we need to continue the struggle. We need to keep moving forward to strengthen our movement. Those in power will never stop planning how to destroy us as immigrants, as indigenous people, as poor people, as people who value human rights. It's a constant struggle, because those in power will always want more power, and that requires knocking down those at the bottom. So, we can't let up. We can't let our guard down. That's why we aren't only fighting for citizenship. We also help develop our members into community leaders. We have workshops, membership meetings, and cultural events. Achieving our vision of justice and human rights for all requires continual work. We need to continue the struggle if we want to live in peace and solidarity. Having the right to vote is important. But it's not the only way to get involved in social, political, economic, and environmental struggles. Struggle is a way of being until we achieve justice, until we achieve peace, until they stop violating the rights of all people. Starving for a dream, undocumented youth up the ante. Pamela Resendez. For my mother and all the mothers who handed over their dreams so their children could fulfill theirs. For 12 years, I lived in the shadows. Being who I was, undocumented, was an unmentionable subject. My odyssey in this country began at the age of 9 on July 26, 1998, with my mother, father, and older sister. I came to the U.S. having just finished third grade. For over a decade, I hid my immigration status from my friends, community, and teachers. I broke my silence to the world the day I turned 22 and started a hunger strike with 2 other students calling on Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison to support the DREAM Act. 16. I am a native of Mexico City, but like the 2.1 million dreamers, undocumented youth, living in the United States, I call this country my home. My story is one of many. My family and I crossed the border at night on a first-class charter bus with a tourist visa 4 years after the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, devastated the Mexican economy. My family came to the U.S. after trying hard to stay in our native home, even after paying the bills became increasingly difficult. My parents could see that staying in Mexico was no longer an option. I had known since the first grade that my family and I were not going to be able to stay in Mexico and that moving to the United States was part of my future. My father had just gotten laid off from Banamex, one of Mexico's largest banks. It was 1995 and the Mexican peso, as well as the economy, was sinking. My mother and father would discuss moving to the U.S., but my mother, thinking of me, said we couldn't move until I had learned Spanish. She knew that coming to the United States would mean that they would have to work long hours at odd jobs, and that they would not be able to spend as much time with my sister and me. She wanted me to be fluent in my native tongue because she understood the importance of being in touch with my heritage, and that meant understanding, writing, and reading Spanish. After many whispers and conversations behind closed doors, my father decided to become a taxi driver in order to keep us afloat for 2 more years until I had become literate in Spanish. My father had been a private accountant for Banamex before he joined the sea of taxis that swim in the streets of Mexico. He was an educated man, but professional jobs in Mexico were next to non-existent. My mother worked at the same bank as a secretary. She too was laid off due to the economy. Because Mexican society deems older people dispensable, she and others were replaced by a younger, more inexpensive workforce. For 3 years, my family struggled to make ends meet, until I was able to finish the 3rd grade and my sister completed elementary school. On the last day of school, the halls were showered with multicolored balloons, and children, dressed all in white, flowed in and out from the classrooms with excitement for the end-of-year celebration. The entire school was filled with joyful cries, but my heart was in 2 places. I was proud of the hard work that year that led me to receive the highest award in my class, but I was carrying the sorrow of knowing that, at end of the ceremony, I would have a long journey ahead of me. I would have to say goodbye to my childhood friends, the people I had grown up with. Usually, on the last day of school, my friends and I would all hug and discuss what classroom we had been assigned to for the upcoming academic year. Then we would wish each other a safe summer and say goodbye. This year was different. I was not just saying goodbye until next year, I was saying goodbye forever. My friends did not understand why I was so upset. They kept telling me that it was just for the summer, and that I was going to see them again when school started. But they did not know what I knew. By the end of the summer, I would be moving to the United States and I was not going to see them again. Worst of all, I could not tell them the truth. My friends were trying to console me as tears filled my eyes. I wanted to scream an explanation, but I was silenced by the weight of the future. My older brother had to stay behind to complete high school. Our parents had always been open and honest with us. It was no secret what was soon going to happen, and by the end of the school year our future was solidified. Just before moving and leaving behind everything I knew, my relatives, my friends, my roots, and my country, my mother took me around the city and showed me historical places, reaffirming the permanent change that was about to happen. Even before I moved to the United States, I had learned that my immigration status was a prohibited subject and was not to be discussed with others. I knew when we crossed the border that at some point I was going to be undocumented, that the tourist visa was going to expire and that I was going to be living a clandestine life. My family was fortunate enough to have relatives living in Texas. Not only were our relatives already established and settled, but they were citizens of the United States. The bus ride was 16 hours to the border, 16 hours of seeing Mexico in a way that I had not seen before. Looking out the window, I waved goodbye to the green fields and the humble people of my country. My uncle, Luis, was one of my father's 8 brothers. He was our rock when we moved to the U.S. Texas was going to be our new home, and Luis picked us up from Laredo, a 6-hour journey each way, welcoming us to his home, and treating my sister and me as if we were his children. For the first 7 months we lived with him in Roy City, a small Texas town. While living with my uncle, we stayed in 1 bedroom. 4 people living in such a small space was only temporary until my parents were able to get our own place. My uncle had opened up his home to us and helped us settle in. I will always be thankful for him. I remember my first day of 4th grade. It was surreal. My uncle dropped me off at the door of my homeroom and I remember thinking, what's going to happen? I didn't speak a word of English. The first time my teacher addressed me, all I could say was Pamela, but I had guessed right, she had asked me my name. She showed me my seat, and then she and my uncle spoke. he informed her that I didn't speak English and that I had recently moved to Texas. I was so grateful for my uncle and for my teacher. She was very understanding and kind. The rest of the day was a blur. Everything was different: the classrooms, the desks, lunchtime, recess, and the schedules. As weeks passed, I got the hang of it. I would sit at my desk while my teacher was going over the lesson plan of that day, and around 12:30 p.m., all the Spanish-speaking students from 4th, 5th, and 6th grades were given English as a second language, ESL, classes. This was meant to help us with our schoolwork, to learn English, and to go over anything crucial that we needed to know. I was starting over. I had to learn the language. The ESL class helped me transition. Little by little, I began to communicate with my homeroom teacher, and stopped being so uncertain and scared. After 7 months in Roy City, we uprooted again to plant ourselves in our own apartment in Rockwall, Texas, just outside of Dallas. By then, our tourist visa had already expired. I knew that our stay in the United States was unauthorized by the U.S. government, but I didn't know what that truly meant. Roy City and Rockwall were nothing like Mexico City. Roy City had cows and horses, and Rockwall was what I imagined the American dream looked like. It was the suburbs. I had never seen so many homes that looked the same, the carefully manicured front patios and the mansions that surrounded the lake. Rockwall was a rich county. As a matter of fact, it was the second richest county in Texas. My parents worked extra hard so that we could move to the nice apartments in town, but when they tried to enroll me at the nearest elementary school, the school district didn't accept me. They told us that I didn't speak sufficient English, and that I had to enroll at another elementary school that had an all-day ESL program. At first, I was relieved that it wasn't going to be like my last elementary school, where I felt isolated from the rest of my homeroom. This classroom would be made up of students who spoke Spanish as their dominant language. My teacher, Ms. Cruz, was like an angel. She was Puerto Rican, and you could see her passion for teaching and educating students who were in the process of learning English. I was content in her classroom. By the end of 5th grade, Ms. Cruz encouraged me to transfer to the English-speaking elementary school. She said that I had what it took to be in all English classrooms, and had the potential to excel. I entered 6th grade a bit scared. I had learned English, but was still self-conscious because my new elementary school was one of the best schools in the area. Not long into the school year, my teacher had me tested and I was placed in the talented and gifted program. That's when I started to realize that, even if I could excel academically, my future was going to be different from my peers. Fellow students constantly asked where I was from. Being Mexican was really rare in a place that was predominantly white. They would ask how I came to the US. I would tell them my well-rehearsed lines: I moved here 2 years ago and I have a visa. That was the line I was told by my parents to use if anyone asked me about my immigration status. 7th and 8th grade were very fast-paced, but each day I became more aware of the reality of my situation. My family was not like the rest of the families in Rockwall. We didn't come from old money. My parents worked very hard to make ends meet to give my sister and me everything they could. In high school, I was in the advanced classes, but it seemed more each day that I wasn't going to be able to afford college. Even if I knew how to apply, being undocumented was a plight that I was going to be fighting for a long time. My family submitted our immigration paperwork in 2001. By then, 9/11 happened. I recall my mother telling us how much harder being an immigrant was going to be in this country. Slowly, gradually, the feelings of being different than my peers appeared in every direction I turned. Senior year came around and by then I had found a group of friends who were different as well, but they weren't undocumented, they were gay. Rockwall is a conservative place and being cut from a different mold was not always welcomed. My friends were openly gay, and I gravitated toward them because I could relate to being different in a place where being a carbon copy was glorified. One day, while hanging out, I finally told them that I was undocumented. After years dodging questions that most teenagers can answer, like where is your after-school job? When are you going to get your driver's license, and where are you going to go to college? I told them the truth. I remember being relieved when I shared what I had been carrying inside for the majority of my life. I had come out to my group of close friends, but the challenges of being undocumented continued. After high school, I moved to San Antonio to attend college. It was a change of scenery from the suburbs. The atmosphere was different, it was a breath of fresh air. I could see my heritage and roots all around me. I began organizing and advocating for immigrant rights and the DREAM Act my freshman year of college. Although I wasn't out as an undocumented student, I was involved in the marches and rallies that grassroots organizations in San Antonio planned. As an undocumented college student, I lived in fear of being arrested, fear of people finding out my legal status, fear of people judging me, and in constant anguish each semester that I would not be able to continue my education. Last year, all my fears became reality, and I had to face them. I was wrongfully arrested in the streets of Austin the day before I was supposed to head to Washington, D.C. for the largest immigration rally of 2010. One minute I was speaking up against police brutality, then I blinked and a policeman shouted, "That's enough out of you," dragged me off the sidewalk, and shoved me into a paddy wagon. That's when I knew my life was about to change completely. All the times my mom reminded me I was not a normal teenager, a normal college student, because of my immigration status, came flooding back. As I sat in the blue chairs of the general population at the police department, all I kept thinking about was how the end of my story was going to be different than everyone else in the room. I wasn't going to get to see the judge. I wasn't going to get my hearing or bond and walk out the next morning. I wasn't going to be considered innocent before guilty. When the Immigration Custom and Enforcement, ICE, officer approached me and said my name, I knew my incarceration was truly about to begin. He had a clipboard with all my information already filled out. My secret was no longer a secret. After that, I experienced the loneliest days of my life. I was being held because of my immigration status, something that hadn't changed since I was 9 years old, when I had first moved to the United States. I was now a statistic of Secure Communities 17. I was jailed for 2 days in a cell specifically assigned to people with my immigration status, and all of the guards knew why we were there. I felt what it was like to not exist in people's eyes and hearts. Even though my mom had reminded me that I was different than my peers, I never really accepted it. I wanted to believe I could be whatever I wanted to be, not what I was told I could be because I lacked a social security number. I told myself that day that I was not going to sit by and allow another undocumented youth to experience what I was going through. I was going to fight, and keep fighting for equality and justice, so my peers didn't have to hide. I didn't want anyone to be afraid of who they were because of their skin color, or because they were born in a different country or didn't have a social security number, because those concepts were created to segregate human beings. It was not until I was moved to the T. Don Hutto Residential Center, one of the most infamous immigrant detention centers in Texas, that I understood how broken our immigration system is. I was now at a modern concentration camp, in the land of the free. I was no longer a person, but rather an alien number. I was now forced to live the reality of the undocumented, everything that I had been trying to avoid since I was 9 years old. Now, I was a scared 21-year-old. I stayed at the detention center for 4 days before my friends and family were able to help me. While I was detained, I met so many amazing women who were just like my mother, my sister, my undocumented friends, and me. Though we were all at the detention center at the same time, life had dealt me a different hand because I was a student who had a home and a family in the U.S. I had a support system that was able to get me an excellent attorney. I was also lucky because I had entered this country with a visa and was a student. My case was given prosecutorial discretion, which allowed me to stay in the country and not be deported, something most other immigrants never get. As I exited the detention center, I made myself a promise to never forget what I had experienced that week. It was my junior year and spring break, and I spent it differently than most of my peers. That spring break I learned I was going to fight for justice and equality, and most of all that I was not going to be afraid to speak up anymore. I also learned that I would always stand next to those who are demoralized and estranged. I no longer had any fear. I was facing deportation. If I was going to get deported, I was going to make sure I was heard first. It was at this point that I decided I could no longer pretend and continue with the rehearsed lines about my visa, something, and someone I was not. Coming out as undocumented was liberating. I no longer had to make excuses. I had witnessed the voice of immigrant youth on the front lines of the current civil rights issue that this nation faces. It was their strength and courage that fed mine. After my arrest, I saw no point in hiding my story from anyone anymore. I began sharing and speaking to my community about the reality that undocumented students face every day. This evolved into creating an organization for undocumented students led by undocumented students and their allies in the San Antonio area. When school started that fall, I and the other two founders of the student group Dream Act Now, Adam Saki and Lucinda Martinez, started working on gathering petitions, speaking at other schools in the area, and attempting to raise awareness about the Dream Act. On a daily basis, I saw the Latinat community continue to be attacked, belittled, intimidated, and deprived of its basic human rights. Day after day, I saw chauvinistic laws oppressing people of color, while masquerading as justice. In response, we came up with the idea of holding a hunger strike. It was an idea that Texas Dreamers chose in order to mobilize and increase the consciousness of a community that could no longer remain dormant. We began the hunger strike on November 10, 2010. The Dream Act was up for a vote and we wanted to give it our all. We could no longer stand on the sidelines and watch as politicians played games with our futures. Our primary goal was to get the attention of our school, our city, and demand that our Senator, Kay Bailey Hutchison, stand up for justice and co-sponsor the Dream Act. We faced many challenges. We wanted to stay true to our vision and reasons why we started the hunger strike. We were putting ourselves and our health at risk to fight for what we knew was right, equality. The reaction from students on my campus, as well as from other parts of the country, was positive. From day one of the hunger strike, we explained to our peers what the Dream Act entailed and whom it would benefit. We saw that students believe education is something that should be accessible to all people, regardless of immigration status. Our action also encouraged other dreamers to come out and share their stories. Strength and courage replaced the sense of helplessness once felt by fellow dreamers. Even though we faced and continue to face opposition about the Dream Act and immigrants' rights, we see that we have opened the door to start a dialogue. It is a topic that is now discussed, and the taboo and misconceptions about undocumented youth are being changed by the power of our stories. For those of us who took part in the hunger strike, it was an experience we will never forget. We saw our community unite and stand behind our cause. After the first day of the strike, Senator Hutchison sent out a message stating that she understood our plight, but wished for us to use safer ways to express ourselves. From that moment on, we were determined to share our message. We thought constantly of how we could challenge ourselves by being more bold with our actions to raise more awareness. On the fourth day of the strike, we walked 14 miles from our main campus to the downtown campus as a way of paying respect to all the people who have died crossing the border seeking a better life. It was also a small way of honoring the previous year's Trail of Dreams, when elder dreamers walked for 6 months to convey the urgency of passing the Dream Act. Gabby Pacheco, one of the participants of the trail, joined us during our walk to support us. As each day passed, we gained more and more support from our community and from the national dreamer community. The hunger strike became a national story, we successfully encouraged other organizations from different states to join us on the strike to help build momentum and strength for our cause. We had challenged ourselves to give it our all, we would have no regrets that year, and would know that we had done everything we could to reach our senators and the broader community. Finally, we did a sit-in at the office of Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison in San Antonio, and utilized the internet as a channel that could not censor or negate our existence. The mainstream media used our reports for the evening news, but we did not have to wait for them to reach our audience. We created our own story and communicated the events that were happening, in real time, using social media to reach our supporters. By using technology as a tool for our activism, we reached the older generation who watches the evening news and a younger generation who uses social media. The DREAM Act did not pass that year, but what we learned by participating in that strike could not be taken away from us. As dreamers, we mobilized like never before and gave birth to a new chapter in our battle. As we move forward, it is important to remember that there are going to be differences of opinion and tactics, as with any movement. There are going to be moments when a division could hinder the movement and affect the overall strength that unity brings. Strong communication is key to achieving our common goal. If communication is lost, then part of the movement will be hurt. It is imperative that communication and respect be our guiding principles for the movement when it comes to employing different tactics and strategies. It is also important that the movement is led by undocumented youth. There might be times when the voices of allies overshadow the voice of dreamers. It is crucial that dreamers direct where the movement is headed, since they are on the front lines, and we need to make space for all dreamers to have leadership roles. Through my work as a dreamer, I have learned that equality is crucial in all aspects of our work. As a woman, I see sexism is something we need to confront in our organizing work. The voice of each dreamer needs to be heard, and women need to be respected and encouraged to engage in leadership roles within the movement. Coming out as an undocumented student and being involved in advocating for the DREAM Act has affected me deeply. I now constantly think about the empowerment of my community. I no longer let my situation divert me from what I want to be. I realize now that my story and my words have the power to change the situation undocumented students and immigrants face. I have learned it's important to organize for your own cause, because I know the experience of what it is to be undocumented. It is important for our movement to have outside help from allies, but it is equally important that undocumented immigrants lead our own efforts, because no one else can narrate the experience of being an undocumented immigrant. We need to see our cause not only as a civil rights issue, but also as a human rights issue. We are fighting for something as basic as the right to equal access to education. I think we face particular challenges in organizing for ourselves as undocumented immigrants. We have to change a mindset that keeps many people in our community from speaking publicly about their status. Fear has kept many people from coming out, but now is the time to transcend that fear. When another dreamer shares his or her story, they build momentum for the movement. It has allowed me to feel connected and continues to encourage me to fight for broader social justice. I have a community of students who have struggled and survived, and who advocate alongside me. I am part of a family of dreamers. After legalization, it will be important for us dreamers to continue to organize for others. For me, this struggle is about creating equality in our society, and the only way to do this is to keep fighting for social justice. I see the DREAM Act as an important stepping stone to equality for all immigrants, but then us dreamers will have to keep up the fight for others in our community, because we share their experience, and our destinies are tied together. 16. The DREAM Act, Development Relief and Education for Alien Minors, is a piece of legislation that would allow qualifying undocumented youth a pathway to citizenship by requiring completion of a college degree or 2 years of military service. While there have been some questions from some progressives about supporting the DREAM Act because of the military component, I think it is important to support the act as it is. I have met military dreamers who want to serve this country, and I think it is important that they have the same opportunity one would have as an undocumented student to legalize my status. While I am personally against war, I don't want to take away the same opportunity one am fighting for from other dreamers. I believe that those of us that are against war should organize together to end war. That should be our strategy, not of fighting among ourselves. 17 Secure Communities is a program of homeland security that relies on partnership among federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. Any foreign-born person arrested for any reason, before a trial and conviction for any accused crime, may be held under secure communities by ICE officials to determine if they are authorized to be in the country. Secure Communities has come under fire by immigrant and civil rights groups, who say the program has led to civil rights abuses by overzealous and anti-immigrant police officials. Additionally, opponents argue that the program undermines law enforcement efforts, because immigrant communities fear reporting violent crimes to police. Section 3, The Future Struggle. Introduction. The immigrant rights movement exploded in 2006 with mega marches that called for immigration reform and legalization or/legalization now. At the time, seasoned organizers and community activists pushed for a deeper understanding of equality beyond documentation, but overall the movement lacked a cohesive vision beyond the short-term call for legalization. After the 2012 presidential election, in which 75% of Latinx voted for Barack Obama, immigration reform is once again being talked about by both Democrats and Republicans. 2 days after President Obama won, Republican House Leader John Boehner developed a newfound interest in seeing immigration reform passed, calling for a comprehensive approach that is long overdue. Boehner's perspective on immigration was curious, given that just a few years ago he had been open to proposals to amend the U.S. Constitution to exclude the birthright to citizenship for children of undocumented immigrants. As the movement again sets its sights on legalization, we need to craft a vision beyond a basic guarantee of work authorization. Both the left and right have long called for comprehensive immigration reform, CIR, yet each side's prescription of how to fix our broken immigration system is distinct. Today, Republicans and many Democrats consider CIR to mean a continued strategy of mass criminalization of immigrant communities, through targeted policing and sweeping deportation programs. These programs have led to a record number of immigrants being deported under the Obama administration and civil rights investigations by the Department of Justice against the likes of Sheriff Joe Arpaio of Arizona. Moreover, CIR could simply mean the implementation of limited guest worker programs that offer no pathway to citizenship. These programs would create a permanent second-class category of workers, who most likely would be subject to gross violations of their workplace rights, given that past and present programs have been rife with labor abuse. Guest worker programs also offer the additional challenge of making labor organizing more difficult by giving unscrupulous employers another tool to bust unionization efforts. Under these programs, employers can easily threaten to stop sponsoring a worker, ending their ability to work legally in the country. Given that comprehensive immigration reform will most likely fail to address long-standing social and economic inequality faced by undocumented immigrants, seasoned organizers do not see CIR as an endgame for the movement. This section will highlight the voices of some of these organizers, who are crafting and implementing a vision for the movement beyond legalization, a way forward that addresses the inherent inequality of our economic and political system, which continues to perpetuate gross racial and ethnic disparities. These community leaders are taking the people power of the immigrants' rights movement and directing it toward making major shifts in power and consciousness among individuals and communities. What these stories share in common is a vision based on the recognition that the legalization of an estimated 11 million undocumented will bring needed protections and rights to a vulnerable population, but will not address the systemic nature of the racial and economic inequalities experienced by Latinx immigrants. These organizers understand that being granted the legal right to work at a minimum wage job with few benefits or rights, while forced to live under a criminal system that continues to disproportionately target Latinx, has nothing to do with equality. These organizers recognize that equality and dignity cannot be granted by the state, but requires a long-term struggle that shifts the power imbalance and changes how our society is structured. Honduran immigrant Dennis Soriano found himself working as a day laborer to rebuild post-Katrina New Orleans. He quickly became one of the most dynamic day labor organizers in the country. As an organizer, he learned the critical importance of organizing as low-income people of color by bringing Latinx and African Americans together. Soriano's racial justice framework offers a needed perspective to address long-standing inequalities and divisions within the movement. New worker organizing strategies led by immigrant-based organizations are critical to the labor and immigrant rights movement. The Coalition of Immokalee Workers, CIW, in Florida, which grew from a small volunteer project to a national network of student and faith leaders, has taken on one of the most cruel and exploitative industries of immigrant workers, agribusiness. Lucas Benitez, co-founder and former farm worker, speaks to his experience in helping build the CIW. Their work inspires a vision of how to take the immigrant rights and labor movement forward, by building a broad movement where those most directly impacted are at the forefront of delivering change to their communities. Unionization and worker organizing efforts have sought to improve the quality of life and working conditions of undocumented workers, most of whom labor in low-wage industries. However, new initiatives to create dignified jobs for immigrants are being attempted from New York to California, through worker-owned cooperatives. In a worker cooperative, ownership and control of the business are shared equally among the workers. Through collective ownership of cooperatives, workers have a direct stake in their economic well-being, as well as a direct say over key decisions that affect the conditions of their workplace and ultimately their lives. For over 150 years, worker cooperatives have thrived in a range of industries around the world, providing a powerful vision of a more just and sustainable economy. Across the U.S., Latinx immigrants have embraced the cooperative model as a way of escaping abusive conditions in low-wage industries, particularly in house cleaning, and gaining more control over their lives. In Yvette Melendez's essay, Her Personal Transformation, from an employee at an abusive cleaning company to a worker owner, speaks to the impact of the cooperative model and its potential for liberating immigrant workers from the exploitative nature of business as usual. Undocumented students, or dreamers, have been at the forefront of the legalization movement, successfully pushing President Obama in June 2012 to grant them work permits and the ability to evade deportation if stopped by police. The president took this action in direct response to community pressure by undocumented students who occupied his campaign offices during his bid for re-election. These young organizers have learned the importance of building a national base and how to employ direct action to achieve their goals. This section highlights a dreamer who is linking undocumented student organizing efforts to broader movements, as a long-term strategy to win equality. Dreamers will play a leadership role in the future of the movement, and their voice and continued organizing efforts are crucial to the overall Latinx community. After the 2012 election, Latinx and immigrants have gained new influence in our nation's political system. The movement has an opportunity to use this clout to not only achieve its call for legalization, but to continue its fight to win dramatic cultural, labor, and economic changes. The conditions we face are critical. Today, nearly 1 in 4 Latinx live in poverty in the U.S. Latinx are one of the fastest growing prison populations, 31% of Latinx high school students drop out, and Latinx immigrants are more likely to die on the job than US-born workers. Legalization will fail to solve these problems, yet the grassroots leaders and organizations that were born out of the immigrant rights movement will continue to spearhead efforts to address these issues. As Brazilian educator and social movement philosopher Paulo Freire said, the greatest humanistic and historical task of the oppressed, to liberate themselves. This of course is no easy task. There is no guidebook, and as Freire also said, one makes the road by walking. All movements are part of an evolutionary process, likewise the immigrants' rights movement is still young, and developing its own vision and path forward for the long road ahead. Building a new labor movement, immigrant workers take on fast food giants. Lucas Benitez. Coalition of Immokalee Workers. In Mexico, things have always been difficult for small farmers. There is no assistance or subsidy from the government, and at the end of the harvest your product is bought cheaply at a price dictated by large monopolies. For generations, my family produced beans and corn, which we would save for our own personal consumption and sell the rest to cover our production and personal costs from harvest to harvest. I still remember when things started to become even more challenging for us than the difficult reality we were already living through. In the 1990s, the Mexican government began talking about a trade agreement that would be good for everyone, and would provide more opportunities for small farmers. We would be able to compete in the large international markets. According to the Mexican government, it would be easier to export our product to the north, especially to the United States and Canada. With these and other lies, they tricked us into accepting the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. It was at that moment that the real story of our survival began. Our situation went from bad to worse. We were now competing in a market where agricultural products from the north could be sold at much lower prices than those of Mexican farmers. We simply could not compete. In Arcelia, Guerrero, where I'm from, we only had about 8 tractors for a population of just over 30,000, with 90% of the people engaged in agriculture. This meant we had to pay to rent the tractor or employ people to do the same work the tractor did. How could we compete with the great agribusinesses in the United States, which control most of the agricultural production and enjoy huge financial subsidies and legal incentives from the U.S. government? This is how we, those of us who had been agricultural producers for generations, became the new landless children, thanks to NAFTA. Mexico, which had long been an important producer and grain exporter, quickly began importing from the same countries to which it had been exporting. As a result, Mexico became one of the most important countries in the exportation of cheap labor to the US and Canada, the same two countries that had supposedly lifted us out of poverty. This is why hundreds of thousands of Mexicans feel that we were forced from our lands and obligated to look for work in large cities within and outside of Mexico. When we couldn't find opportunities in Mexican cities, we were left without any other option but to head to the north. The US is a foreign land, far from our families and our ancestral roots, where we are proud to be born, proud to die on the same land as our forefathers. When you arrive to the United States, the land of opportunity, you think that your problems will be solved. You arrive with 3 goals: start working, save some money, and then, in a few years, go back and be with your people. Why do we think it is so simple? According to the stories we have heard on the television, in the news, and even from friends of ours who lived in the North, everything in the United States is beautiful. Life is more relaxed than in our country. With beautiful cities like Miami, New York, and Los Angeles, you imagine that work in the US will be much more simple, and that what you will earn in one day is what you would earn in a week in your country. No one shows you the other side of the coin, that in the United States you are a simple peon. You do not matter as a human being to the company or the boss you work for. They only see you as a machine to be used and exploited in the shortest time possible. They will throw you away when they are done with you and find a replacement at the first sign that you are no longer needed for production at a company where you spent the best years of your life. They won't care how much time you worked for them, or how much you sacrificed to be there when they needed you. Immokalee, Florida is not exempt from this reality. Immokalee is comprised primarily of 3 immigrant communities: Mexicans, Guatemalans, and Haitians, who do agricultural work. Due to its geography, Florida, and Immokalee in particular, is an ideal place to produce many different kinds of fruits and vegetables. Every year during the months of November and May, Immokalee becomes the country's largest producer of tomatoes and citrus fruits. To put this into perspective, 90% of the tomatoes consumed in the United States in the winter are from Florida. When I arrived in Immokalee, after several days of travel, it felt like I was in a rural village in Mexico. There were dirt roads, and I mostly heard people speaking Spanish, Creole, and indigenous languages of southern Mexico and Guatemala. The language I heard spoken the least was English. I asked myself, where are the beautiful buildings and beaches of Florida? But we were here to work and save money. So the day after I arrived in Immokalee, I did as I was told to do by the people I came to live with, wake up at 4 a.m. to make food and go out to the main parking lot to look for work. If I had luck, I would find a contractor who would take me out to pick tomatoes, oranges, or do some kind of agricultural work. As an agricultural worker, you are ready for the day that awaits you. You know that it will be a long day of hard work. But what you are not prepared for is the lack of respect from the contractor who picks you up, and all the supervisors who work for the company. Verbal abuse is the most common, but you also see how they sexually harass the women who are working with you in the field. At the end of the day, you are exhausted, not just physically but mentally. After putting up with all the humiliation, you feel powerless to do anything about it because you know, if you do, you will lose your job. I used to ask myself, is this the United States? Is this the land of opportunity? I wouldn't allow myself to believe it. I had no other option but to get up the next day and go through the same routine, only to discover that the abuses did not stop there. Later I realized that what I experienced in the fields was just part of the package that the agricultural industry has waiting for you. Immokalee was basically a lawless town, where the only rule that existed was that of the most powerful. There were contractors who carried guns on their hip, watching over you while you worked, or with their rifles loaded in the back of their trucks. Many times, you would work 1 or 2 days with a boss, and on Friday, payday, he simply wouldn't show up to pay you. And if you tried to claim your money, the boss would hit you in front of the others for saying he was stealing your salary. That is why I began hearing things like, it's better not to say anything, next week will be different, or what can you do? This is the law here. That was normal, our daily bread. The most extreme abuses in agricultural work are cases of modern-day slavery, where workers are recruited with the promise of a good salary, free housing, and many other things, and end up enslaved, watched over all day by armed guards, unable to communicate with their families, and paid as little as $20 a week. If a worker tries to escape this situation, and they are caught, they could be killed. As time goes on, you begin to understand that all your suffering is a legacy of conditions that have existed in the agricultural industry in the United States since its beginnings, when they used literal slaves to work the fields. Later, they took advantage of the sharecroppers, many of whom were poor, vulnerable whites. Now it is our turn, the new immigrants, to continue suffering these injustices. In the U.S., the agricultural industry has always been treated like a spoiled child under the law, escaping and evading laws that apply to most other industries. What could be done to confront all of this abuse? Organizing ourselves and uniting to fight this monster sounded like the most logical approach. Should we form a union, the most traditional way of equalizing relations with an employer? But then you discover that, in the United States, farm workers and domestic workers are excluded under the National Labor Relations Act, which protects all other workers in other industries, giving them the right to form unions. And the problems of Immokalee don't end there. In Immokalee, people come and go. There are always new people. Some of us began to think that this was an impossible place to organize, not only because the workers are transient, but also because they come from 3 different communities with their own distinct traditions. For decades, the contractors and supervisors had done a good job of keeping us separated. We thought that the Mexican was the enemy of the Guatemalan, and the Haitian didn't want anything to do with either community. So it seemed that the best option was for everyone to stay in their own world and try to resolve their problems on their own, or to keep silent so as not to appear weak in front of others. Despite these obstacles, in the early 90s, a small group of Mexicans, Guatemalans, and Haitians, tired of so much abuse and willing to look past our differences, decided that we wanted to change this imbalance of power between the workers and the industry, secure better wages, and be treated with the respect and dignity that we deserved. After several informal meetings in one of our houses, we decided to form the Southwest Florida Farm Worker Project. We asked for help from Guadalupe Social Services, which is part of the Catholic Church, to get a place to meet. At the same time, we were clear we couldn't always depend on them, so we started looking for our own funds to become more autonomous. Later, we left Guadalupe Social Services, along with the name Agricultural Workers Project, to create what is now the Coalition of Immokalee Workers, CIW. During the transition to the CIW, we remained clear and focused, working to achieve our goal. We adopted Paulo Freire's method of popular education, something that our three communities knew about and had some familiarity with, as a tool for learning and reflection. Because popular education is rooted in people's experiences, it helped us analyze our reality, and we used it to help raise consciousness with our compañeros about what we wanted to achieve and change. We follow 3 rigorous steps to achieve our objectives. Build consciousness among ourselves as workers, through community meetings every Wednesday, which we continue to this day, a radio program, house visits, informative festivals, etc. This way one achieves a personal commitment that is demonstrated by participating in strikes, marches, hunger strikes, and national tours. Through these means we make change. That is how our mathematical equation was born. It is the basis of our organizing method. Consciousness plus commitment equals change. Without this equation, which we still use, we would still be stuck with the same idea as before. It is impossible to organize in Immokalee. Through this equation, we can ensure the constant leadership development of our growing base. This model allows us to struggle in multiple places at the same time, without depending on one leader to direct us or to depend on for all of our strategy and action plans. From 1993 to 1995, we were dedicated to building a strong leadership base, conscious and dedicated to taking action, confronting the agricultural industry head-on in an attempt to resolve the human rights crisis in Immokalee. In November of 1995, we carried out the first general strike in the history of Immokalee. More than 3,000 workers stopped working for a week, without a penny to support the strike. Later, we organized a 230-mile march to the Growers Association of Florida, a hunger strike led by 6 workers that lasted 30 days, and many other actions through which we always asked for direct dialogue with the growers. This is how we spent the first several years as the CIW. 6 years after our first action against the agricultural industry, we were able to achieve some important changes, such as the eradication of physical violence at work, the reduction of wage theft, and others. But one thing remained clear: real change was not going to be achieved this way. That is why, in 2001, we decided to take our struggle and demands to a higher level. We began focusing our efforts on the major purchasers of the tomatoes we picked, such as fast food restaurants and groceries. We asked them to intervene and help us earn a better wage by paying an extra penny per pound for each pound of tomatoes they bought from Florida. We also asked them to create a code of conduct so that our basic human rights as workers would be respected. The most important part of this program was the participation of the workers in monitoring the agreement and code. That is how our campaign against Taco Bell began in 2001. After various attempts to get a meeting with their executive, and not receiving a reply, we launched a national boycott against Taco Bell, which is part of Yum! Brands, the largest fast food corporation in the world. Many people questioned how such a small group of agricultural workers could take on a giant corporation, given that no union or organization had so far been able to hold companies like Yum! Brands accountable for actions affecting thousands of people. Taco Bell had publicly stated that, with their purchasing power, they can dictate the price they want to pay for the tomatoes we consume. Everything was clear to us, so we weren't intimidated. We continued with our message, publicizing the boycott against Taco Bell. More than anything, our boycott was focused on young people, the target market of the fast food industry. We focused on visiting schools, from elementary schools to the most well-known and respected universities in the country. In the early months of the boycott, a group of students from the University of Florida became interested and committed themselves to supporting the campaign. They started their own group, called the Student/Farm Worker Alliance. Their support was critical. They helped start a national network to connect students all over the country. The Student/Farm Worker Alliance helped carry out direct actions on their campuses in front of Taco Bell, and they started the Boot the Bell campaign, which sought to pressure their school administrations to revoke their contracts with Taco Bell. At the same time, the CIW continued to gain support for the campaign from the religious community throughout the country. This is how we were able to get different denominations to pass resolutions in their assemblies endorsing the boycott and encouraging their congregations to take action against Taco Bell in their communities, using protests and sending letters to store managers. Our faith allies also helped us get stockholders to propose resolutions in support of the boycott at Yum! Brands shareholder meetings. We also cannot forget the support we received from nonprofits and unions, at the local and national level. It would be impossible to name all the unions and organizations that supported the boycott. After the students managed to revoke around 25 contracts with Taco Bell on their campuses, after people from all different walks of life marched with us to occupy the streets of Irvine, California, headquarters of Taco Bell, and after 4 national tours that crisscrossed the country from Immokalee to California under the banner of the truth about Taco Bell, we were able to sit down at the table to negotiate an agreement with executives from Taco Bell. After 4 years of struggle, we accomplished this with a diverse group of allies, and with the support of workers from Immokalee. Taco Bell accepted our 3 demands: pay a penny more for every pound of tomatoes they purchased from Florida, establish a code of conduct with zero tolerance for slavery, for sexual harassment, and child labor, and allow farm workers to form workers' health and safety committees to decide when to stop working if extreme heat, thunderstorms, or pesticides made conditions unsafe. It also included the right to have shade at work to protect yourself from the sun, and the right to file complaints without fear of being fired, among many other rights that farm workers are not granted under federal or state law. The Taco Bell agreement was the first in a series of victories under the Campaign for Fair Food banner. In 2007, McDonald's became the second corporate giant to sign an agreement with the CIW. They came to the table to accept the agreement and our 3 demands without the need for a boycott. Burger King, Subway, Whole Foods, Bon Appetit, Compass Group, Aramark, and Sodexo followed. With these 9 corporations participating in our fair food agreements, we are starting a new era in the agricultural industry, giving new hope to thousands of farm workers. In November 2010, 15 years after we carried out the first general strike in Immokalee, asking for direct dialogue with growers, and receiving no reply, we finally sat down with the president of the Florida Tomato Growers Exchange, which represents 90% of the tomato growers in Florida. The Growers Exchange signed onto our agreement and accepted the same code of conduct as the 9 aforementioned corporations. They also agreed to pass on the extra penny per pound to workers each week, to a third party responsible for monitoring the code and auditing the extra penny per pound. A new sun beginning to shine. The most important part is that we created this together as organized farm workers represented by the Coalition of Immokalee Workers, and with the support of the general public, who today are more conscious and careful about what they consume. But our history is not finished. We are missing a link in the consumer chain to make our change 100%. This last link also has to take responsibility, and we cannot let it get a free ride. It is now time for supermarkets to do their part and sign our agreement for fair food, and for immigrant workers to come together and organize to make this a reality. How I became a person of color, black and brown, organizing in post-Katrina New Orleans. Dennis Soriano. New Orleans Worker Center for Racial Justice. I was 18 when I came to the U.S. from Honduras. I had to cross Mexico by train and cross the U.S./Mexico border, where many people die of hunger, cold, or kidnapping. The experience of coming to the U.S. changed my life. I was still young and my whole family depended on me. I was very close to my family and this was the first time I had left their side. I felt alone, but I had to do it not just for me, but for my family. In Honduras, I had a positive image of the US. On the television, everything seemed clean. I imagined having my own house. I imagined a country where poverty did not exist, where everyone was rich, everyone had money. I knew there were Latinx and African Americans, but I also thought the majority of people were white. My first job in the US, washing dishes in a Tex-Mex restaurant in Tennessee, introduced me to the reality of this country. I worked from 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. for $300 a week. At the time, I thought it was normal to work for $3 to $4 an hour. I did not know what the minimum wage was or what my rights were. I later saw that what I earned left me barely enough to cover my costs, so I obviously didn't earn enough. This was not what I had imagined. While I was working at the restaurant, Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans. It soon became well known within the immigrant community that the hurricane opened up a lot of opportunities for work, so I left Tennessee and began working in the construction industry, where I learned more about the reality of the United States. There is a lot of exploitation in the construction industry. After working for a company for only $150 a week, I began going to the street corners to look for work as a day laborer. On the corner, abuse was rampant. Employers who picked you up often didn't pay you, didn't give you water, time to eat, or breaks. If you complained about these conditions, your boss would threaten to call immigration officials or the police. All of us day laborers work 10 to 12-hour days. Again, I thought this kind of exploitation was normal, part of the system. Beyond abusive employers, day laborers also experienced police discrimination on the corner. As a day laborer, you constantly have the police after you. They would tell us, "You can't stand there. Go look for work somewhere else, this is private property." The police would also arrest day laborers for being on the corner. If that wasn't enough, we were also harassed by the National Guard in New Orleans. Later, immigration agents began conducting raids on the day labor corners. We felt surrounded on all sides. The abuse we experienced as day laborers seemed unjust, but with so much happening to you at once, you begin to think that this is part of life as an undocumented immigrant. You begin to feel worthless. I wanted to change things, but I didn't know how, or if it was even possible. This all changed when I became involved in the New Orleans Workers' Center for Racial Justice. One day, while waiting on the street corner for work, organizers from the New Orleans Workers' Center came to talk with the day laborers. I had seen them before. They would come to the corner and invite us to meetings, but I never paid much attention to them. I thought I didn't have time to organize. I thought it was a waste of time. I was busy worrying about how to provide for my family in Honduras. But on this particular day, I couldn't find work, so I began talking with the organizers. As we spoke, over a dozen police cars arrived and arrested 20 of us, including me. We spent 12 to 14 hours in jail before the Workers' Center, along with other community allies, pulled together the money to bail us out. When I saw how much the New Orleans Workers' Center did for me and other day laborers, I began to get involved. In Honduras, I worked with young people to support unions and work with the government, so I had some experience with organizing, which led me to become an active member in the Workers' Center. I began going to organizational meetings and small conferences and, after 6 months, I became a leader, supporting the organizers on the street corners. I made calls to other workers to invite them to meetings and later made agendas for the meetings and crafted campaigns. After a year of active involvement, I became an organizer with the Workers' Center. In the New Orleans Workers' Center for Racial Justice, we have a variety of programs, but one of the most unique aspects of our organization is our work with the African American community. Organizing together as poor people of color is central to our work toward racial justice. We don't see this effort as an act of solidarity between Latin and African American communities. We see it as work between compañeros. In Honduras, we supposedly have three types of races: indigenous, mestiza, or mixed race people, which is a lie since they are indigenous, and the black community. According to people in power in Honduras, black people are lazy criminals and the indigenous people are stupid. When I arrived in the US, I heard the same thing. We are told these things, particularly by white people in positions of power, to create divisions, to prevent poor people of color from working together. They know that if they divide us, they can maintain their power. They understand that if Latinx and African Americans fight together, we have a better chance of achieving justice, dignity, and peace for our communities. We are both working to support the same system of oppression when we buy into these divisions, which is why we must create alliances, educate ourselves and work together. The struggle for racial justice is critical, but we must also be realists. There are serious divisions within and between our communities. In the African American community, many people believe that immigrants are taking their jobs, while in the Latinx community some believe that black people don't want to work, that they are lazy drug addicts. We know that these divisions exist, so we need to create dialogue within and between our communities. We need to sit down and talk with each other. A critical aspect of the dialogue between Latinx and African American communities should be around developing an understanding of how internalized racism plays out in our communities. For example, when we Latinx refer to people of color, many times we think the term only refers to African Americans or black people. But this is not true. All of us who are not white are people of color, including Latinx, indigenous people, and Asians. We are people of color. We should be proud of who we are. I am a person of color. I am Latino and I am proud of who I am and where I come from. I know that I am not inferior to white people because I am a person of color. At the Workers' Center, we are working to change the perspectives that have divided our communities. For me, this has been a beautiful experience. I have seen what we can achieve when these two communities work together. When we have our Congress of Day Laborers, bringing day laborers from across the greater New Orleans area, the African American community is there supporting us. In our Right to Stay campaign, which tries to get the police and sheriff to stop playing the role of immigration enforcers, the African American community has joined us in our struggle, participating in vigils outside the offices of Immigration and Customs Enforcement. In turn, we support the African American community in their struggles. When African Americans fight for the right to housing, or the right to be provided jobs by the local government, we are there working alongside them. We also march together each year for May Day, International Workers' Day. We understand the need to be united. We understand that we need to organize together against the systems that oppress both of our communities, but we also need to understand the unique struggles we are facing as well as the common ground we share. This is how we can begin to work together to build power. African Americans have suffered discrimination since they came to the United States. First they were made slaves, and later, after slavery was made illegal, they continued to be mistreated and discriminated against by this government out of pure racism. It is clear to me that even if you have papers, if you are a person of color, this government will continue to treat you as inferior to white people. We Latinx were not brought to this country as slaves, but we have been forced to come here by free trade agreements. When we come to this country, we find anti-immigrant laws, racism, and discrimination. Thus, Latinx and African Americans are not fighting two fights, it is the same fight. The supposed difference is that the African American community has papers and we do not. However, even with immigration reform we would continue to be treated as second-class citizens, which is the reality of the African American community today. It doesn't matter that they have papers. Whether we have papers or not, poor people of color need to fight for their rights. It doesn't matter where you are from, Mexico, Honduras, El Salvador, or wherever, every human being has the right to be paid for their work, to receive medical treatment at a hospital if they are sick, the right to a family, to live with dignity, and live where one chooses. We need to get past the fear that tells us, I can't go to the march because I don't have papers. I will be arrested. Fear feeds the system that is exploiting us. If we have papers or not, we have the same right to be treated as human beings. But to be treated this way, we must organize and fight together. To ensure real change, we must lead our own struggle. I learned this through personal experience. The process of organizing has changed me forever. I have stopped being a person who only thinks about himself. I am committed to organizing to change the system. I am no longer the same person who came to this country only to work and help his family. This is a radical change in my life. Now I know that if I am going to be in this country and I want to be treated as an equal, I have to fight. No one will come fight for me. I have to do it myself, with my community. If I want equal rights, if I want dignity at work, I have to make it happen. We have to make it happen. Still dreaming. Manuel Ramirez. When I came to the United States from Mexico, I entered the second grade unaware of the coming struggles I would endure. My family had moved to a predominantly white, rural town in Texas, and for the first time in my life I did not know what to expect or how to communicate with my peers, who spoke a different language. That day was the worst day of my life. I was forced to adapt to a series of culture shocks. I couldn't make friends, I was scared, and I was unable to express my fears. I had a voice, just one that others around me couldn't understand. During lunch, I sat alone, quietly staring down at the greasy food that the school provided us. In Mexico, I had always been charismatic and outgoing, but even with my good socializing skills, I had no clue how to start a conversation in English. Adapting to this new environment also impacted my body. I gained an incredible amount of weight from the fattening American diet, compared to the diet of cactus and beans that I was used to eating in Mexico. I didn't feel cute, and my self-esteem took a nosedive. I hated this new life. I did not know why my parents had migrated here. It was so difficult to adapt. I asked myself, why couldn't we have just stayed in Mexico and lived the life we were used to? Walking down the corridors of the school, I heard the whispers. From the meager amount of English I had picked up, I could discern what the students were calling me, what they were saying about me and my family. Some of my Spanish-speaking friends and classmates would joke, calling me wetback or illegal. At the time, I laughed, thinking that they were innocent and that because they were my friends they meant no harm. Now I am able to see different intentions, considering the demographics of the town I lived in, and their lack of exposure to Latin immigrants. They did not understand my circumstances or the meaning behind their words, because those words had never been directed at them. I had crossed the border with my family in search of a better life, and now I was being discriminated against for it. Their ignorance was a source of pain and discomfort for me. It was not until I learned how to speak English that my peers stopped picking on me. In middle school, I began to make friends. I even became popular and well-liked. But I still faced regular barriers, and I was constantly reminded of how I was different from my peers. I had a somewhat normal high school experience. I was active in many school-based organizations and played sports. However, I still was not able to do many things my peers could. For example, I was unable to get a driver's license. I had gotten over the fact that I could not receive one, and didn't make it a big deal since most of my friends were happy to drive me around. I was open with my friends and teachers about my undocumented status. It was important to me to openly discuss my immigration status because it debunked my school's notion of an undocumented immigrant as an ignorant, lazy criminal. As a result, many of my teachers and friends knew of the challenges I faced. In high school, I excelled academically and had the third highest GPA in my class during my junior year. Because of my high grades, I was offered to take dual credit classes, college-level courses that counted as high school and college credit. When I visited my counselor to register for these courses, she said I could not take them because I was undocumented. I felt defeated. Her lack of help made me feel that she did not care about undocumented students. I saw these classes as a step toward my dream of going to college. Since I couldn't even take those courses in high school, though, going to an actual college seemed impossible. Unlike my peers, I would not receive the same help. I would have to learn how to do everything in preparation for college on my own. Luckily, the mom of my girlfriend, at the time, helped me find University Leadership Initiative, ULI, an undocumented student activist group at the University of Texas at Austin, which guided me through the process of enrolling in college. I found out I could take the dual credit courses and that, in Texas, my immigration status didn't have to be a permanent barrier to continuing my education. The fall of my senior year, I once again visited my counselor and handed her everything I needed to be enrolled in the dual credit program. All I needed was her signature. I learned not to count on other people to do things for me, and the only other thing I ever asked was that she send my transcript at the end of the year. She signed the paperwork. Once in college at the University of Texas at Austin, UT, I got involved with ULI. For the first time, I was surrounded by people like me, people with the same struggles. It was a safe and welcoming community. Being open about being undocumented is part of our immigrant rights movement. This was something I was used to doing in high school, but the difference in college was that I was now surrounded by other empowered undocumented students. Sharing my story, having the opportunity to recruit and mobilize other undocumented students has been life-changing for me and countless other undocumented youth whose organizing efforts have produced historic policy changes. On June 15, 2012, President Obama announced a new policy to help undocumented youth, called Deferred Action. It provides temporary legalization and relief to many undocumented youth in the United States. Obama's decision would allow undocumented students to get a 2-year work permit, but only after meeting certain requirements, including having been in this country since the age of 16, not having reached their 30th birthday, having graduated from high school, acquiring a GED, or serving in the military. The decision has created mixed feelings in the immigrant community. It would benefit only certain individuals, ones that would contribute to this country's capitalist system in some form or another. Personally, I may benefit from this decision, but the community as a whole will still be struggling, and my parents could still be deported. Obama's short-term solution will affect 800,000 immigrant youth, and is still a step forward to accomplishing the immigrant community's goals of legalizing the status of over 11 million undocumented immigrants, as well as stopping the separation of families and racial profiling. However, it is still unclear whether deferred action will extend beyond the Obama administration, and as a community, we are waging a long-term struggle. We need to take advantage of Obama's decision to make more radical demands to win real liberation for our community. We could halt the movement, settling for the 2-year work permits, issued only to those of us who qualify, those of us who are supposedly model undocumented immigrants. However, that would not produce the real change our community needs. We need to take advantage of the June 15 decision to demand educational opportunities regardless of immigration status, to stop the division of our families through deportation, and to put an end to racial profiling that criminalizes our youth. These demands have the potential of producing massive reform. We can also take advantage of this moment by overcoming our fear of being undocumented. We need to let every undocumented person know that they have a community they can count on, and this starts by participating in local organizations that are making political change possible. For example, deferred action could not have been possible without the thousands of organizers and organizations around the country proactively engaging their communities to fight for these demands. We need to get more people involved with local organizations that have been part of the changing tide this country is experiencing. Learning about other struggles and building relationships across communities is also essential. There are many intersections in this movement, like queer and undocumented issues. These are not separate struggles and we need to be fighting together. Being documented will not decrease our chances of being racially profiled. Strengthening our movement is crucial at this point, and we need all 11 million of us to change our material conditions. People benefiting from Obama's new deferred action policy need to keep driving and pushing the movement. Deferred action will not grant documentation to dreamers, let's get that clear, but it does allow people to exercise their degrees and get jobs for 2 years. This policy is the wind we needed to start the fire of the movement back up again. One of the most powerful and important things from this action is that it diminishes the fear felt by undocumented youth. They will feel freer to become active and live without worrying about repercussions. As a result, undocumented immigrants will continue to organize and build our support base, without the fear of deportation. Being undocumented is becoming more acceptable. Because it is, we are no longer afraid to share our stories and make front-page headlines. There is now even undocumented apparel featuring quotes from dreamers all around the country. I recently proudly sported my Undocumented and Unafraid t-shirt while traveling across the country. While we should celebrate this cultural shift, which is more willing to accept model undocumented youth, we need to remain critical because this frame still excludes people like my parents, many of my friends, and the rest of the 11 million undocumented folks in the US. We still have a long road ahead of us. For me, supporting Obama's re-election meant avoiding Romney, who said that he would veto the DREAM Act. However, we will need to hold Obama accountable during his administration, unlike previous years where we did not pressure him enough for his promised immigration reform, which may be why his administration is responsible for more deportations than the Bush administration. I know his administration will be different because we will push him for a more permanent and sustainable immigration reform that allows our communities to be together, become equal members of a society that respects our rights as full human beings. Moreover, in order to gain full legal status, we will need to challenge the U.S. ideal of what is socially acceptable, of what it means to be a contributing member of society. Yes, my experience is one of the many model immigrant success stories that are upheld in the DREAM movement. I will be one of the 800,000 who qualify for a 2-year work permit. I pursued my education in gratitude to my parents, who were audacious enough to give me what they never had. But as I become politicized, I learn how the system is built to ensure that people like me are oppressed to benefit others. I now see my future is to break apart these structures of oppression and exploitation. I see my role as helping my community and other oppressed peoples to fight for more. I am dedicated to achieving broad social change because I understand I will not be free until we are all free. We must use immigration reform as a tool to push for something deeper, including a permanent solution to our broken immigration system. Learning about different struggles has changed my view of the world. Learning about the history of struggles in the US brings tears to my eyes, tears of rage at how people were and are treated in this country. Seeing news clips of the Coalition of Immokalee Workers, CIW, reminds me of when my parents had to work 10-hour workdays at $2 or $3 per hour in order to feed us in Mexico. These workers experienced slavery and some women were physically and sexually abused. The thought of my mother experiencing this makes my blood boil. This anger towards injustice is what drives me to become a better organizer in order to protect every mother, father, and child who faces exploitation. As an organizer, I will make sure we will rally across the country, continue to organize direct actions, call our politicians, share our stories, share our art, and keep defying the social expectations that society has of us. We will let people know we exist and we have rights like every other human being. To change notions of who qualifies or deserves to be documented or not, we need to expose, educate, and empower those around us. We need to expose that this is not just an immigration issue, it is about racism and the division of families. We need to educate our community on becoming active participants in the movement, and most importantly, empower those who are directly impacted by these issues so they can be at the forefront of the movement. This is a battle over ideas. We seek the recognition of our rights to be free and fully human. Our movement is connected with others who struggle for fairness and suffer injustice, but we have to keep fighting and growing until we are able to achieve our full liberation. This struggle isn't about becoming doctors, lawyers, or politicians. It is about having a collective voice to make real social change. Not everyone wants to or has the ability to pursue higher education, but everyone wants to be valued. For me, everyone who contributes to our society is equally valuable. My mother, who cleans houses for wealthy white people, is no less deserving of documentation than I am, and I will fight until she and everyone like her are treated as equal members of our society. This movement is not just about winning documentation to pursue my personal goals in life. It is about the collective liberation of my entire community. We need to take advantage of deferred action to broaden the definition of human rights and fight for a more transformative agenda through an immigration reform that adequately addresses the underlying racism that has driven our mistreatment in this country. This policy is not the answer to our demands, and we will not be fooled with small grants of liberty. An immigration reform is simply a step towards our end goal of liberation. Being involved in the DREAM movement opened many doors. I got the opportunity to be an intern at Workers' Defense Project, WDP, a local nonprofit that focuses on organizing Latin immigrant workers to win equal treatment in the workplace, regardless of their immigration status. Being an intern at immigrant rights organizations like WDP has helped me build my understanding of inequality and discrimination. These opportunities, like being involved with ULI, have allowed for my political growth, learning about broader and more complex social justice issues. I have learned how politics in this country are constructed to benefit certain groups of people at the expense of the rest of us. I have learned about other struggles, not just the undocumented struggles, but how all people of color are being oppressed in one form or another. Whether you are a domestic worker, construction worker, student, LGBT, or person of color, we all suffer injustices and we all struggle. And we are now at a moment of great opportunity to join communities, connect our struggles, and fight for the collective liberation of all oppressed people. I am taking what I have learned, after living for a decade in this country as a second-class person, to connect my struggle to long-term struggles of other marginalized peoples. My most important gift and challenge has been organizing with my community to change our lived reality. Through this incredible personal struggle, which I have lived with 11 million other people, I have learned that I am dedicated long-term to making real social change by building the political power and the voice of my community. Most of all, I have learned that my voice is only powerful when I stand with others, when my voice is one of many. The cooperative difference. Yvette Melendez. Like many immigrants, when I arrived in the United States I worked various jobs. I came to East Palo Alto, California, from El Salvador in 1995 with my 18-month-old son and worked in a lot of places, from a retirement home as an assistant nurse to people's personal homes as a nanny. But the job where I learned the hardest lessons that have served me for the 18 years that I've lived in this country, came from working at a large cleaning company. The company was a subcontractor of one of the most prestigious universities in East Palo Alto and had a unique way of attracting people to work for them. They basically said, "Don't speak English? Can't drive? No experience? No problem." At the time, it was exactly what I needed. They were going to pay me and feed me, they said. It sounded like the American dream. Every morning, they would pick me up around 5:30 to 6 a.m. After picking up all the other workers around town, we would start work around 8 a.m. The work was straightforward. We cleaned the dorm rooms for all the students who were out on break between semesters. Workers with less seniority like myself had to clean the bathrooms, the hardest room, and we were expected to clean everything 10 minutes faster than the time allotted by our boss. If we didn't finish the job on time, we weren't invited back the next day. The work was tough and we used some of the most toxic cleaning products, like Ajax and Clorox. We worked without gloves, without masks, without training, without preparation. They thought cleaning was the easiest job in the world, so they didn't bother training people. They basically told us, if you're hungry, clean, and we'll feed you. According to this logic, and out of necessity, I worked with the cleaning company for 2 weeks. Each week was the same, every day was the same. Between work sites, the driver of the van would offer us fast food, usually McDonald's. The driver would pass around a bag filled with fast food and we would share what was there among ourselves. The food was always cold, but we ate it. I later found out that the food we were eating was from the day before. The owners of the company made some sort of deal with the fast food restaurants, where they would pick up cold, day-old food to serve to their workers. This was the work, this was the dream I was living. After 2 weeks I was told that I would be receiving my first paycheck on Monday. But when my long-awaited check finally arrived, it came with a surprise. After countless hours of work at little over $5 an hour, I discovered how much the company would deduct from my paycheck. They deducted taxes, of course, but they also deducted the cost of transportation, the cost to pay the driver, the cost of the cold fast food, and the products they gave us to clean. At the end of 2 weeks, I didn't even have enough to pay the person who was taking care of my son while I was at work, much less to pay my bills. That was my introduction to the United States. Discovering wages. After 3 months of working for the same company, I began volunteering at an organization called Families in Transition in East Palo Alto, a challenging place with a high rate of poverty and a high concentration of immigrants. At that time, there were many immigrants who had recently arrived in the United States, and Families in Transition assisted them with just about everything related to adapting to the U.S. I came to the organization at first looking for a good school for my son. I knew that the first thing I needed to do was make sure that my son received a good education while I continued to work. I became active as a volunteer in Families in Transition, and it was through my involvement with the organization that someone introduced me to Women's Action to Gain Economic Security, Wages, an Oakland-based nonprofit dedicated to promoting the economic and social well-being of low-income women through worker-owned cooperatives, a business model in which the workers collectively own and control the company. I soon began working with Wages, joining the first group of women to start a cooperative through the organization. Along with 5 other immigrant women, I helped co-found Fantastic Fiesta, a worker-owned retail party supply store. Through Wages, we received over 18 months of extensive training, which included how to form a business in the U.S., what our rights and responsibilities were as workers and owners of the cooperative, how to run a business, and every aspect of managing a successful co-op. We divided the work of Fantastic Fiesta into specific areas and we learned a lot. I became the director of finances and marketing, and we all shared the knowledge we gained with each other to create a stronger team. In our first year of operation, we were fairly successful. We received considerable support from the community and we worked well together. But we soon began to have problems with our suppliers from Mexico. For reasons beyond our control, the price of importing our supplies became too high and we lost some of our suppliers. In response, Wages stepped in to assist us in transitioning the business into a new model. Rather than focus on retail, we would instead help others organize parties and events. After the transition, however, we realized that there was not enough work to support all 5 of us, so we made an agreement. 2 of us would stay with the business and 3 of us would leave. I was one of the 3 that left. It was at this time that I began working with Wages, where I've been working for the past 18 years. Around the same time that Wages helped launch Fantastic Fiesta, the organization conducted a detailed study of the cleaning industry and found many of the same abuses that I encountered during my first 3 months working in the U.S. They also found 2 key weaknesses in the industry. The most obvious was that the cleaning products being used were harmful to the workers, the client, and the environment. The other, less obvious finding was that the idea that everybody can clean is a myth. Most of us clean our house because we have to, but at the end of the day cleaning is an art. In the process of creating a new business model, my personal experience working for the cleaning company helped inform Wages' understanding of the abusive nature of the industry and how they would create an alternative. As a result, Wages formed Non-Toxic, a green cleaning cooperative owned and operated by 5 members. The cooperative focused on residential cleaning using non-toxic cleaning products. At first, the concept of green cleaning seemed strange to the members, but they soon realized that the green products were better for them, their clients, and the environment. Although they started off slow, little by little non-toxic co-op began building a base of clients and increasing economic security for its members. Through this experience, Wages learned an important lesson: it is easier to achieve economic security selling services than it is selling products. From here on out, Wages would devote itself to creating service-based businesses, green cleaning services in particular. Wages developed a formal training process, as well as a process for determining the nature of the work. We aimed at delivering a professional service with the primary goal of maintaining the security and integrity of the co-op members as people. What does this mean? It meant that the co-op would not take on jobs that could potentially be dangerous for its members. It meant that we used the least harmful cleaning products on the market. It meant that the members were well trained and well paid. It meant that members worked in teams of 2 to protect one another. It meant that workers participated in the decision-making process of their co-op. It also meant that workers would have more control over their schedule and therefore more time to spend with their families. Since non-toxic co-op, Wages has launched 5 greenhouse cleaning cooperatives with low-income, Latina immigrants throughout the Greater Bay Area, including Emma's Eco Clean, Eco Care Professional House Cleaning, Natural Home Cleaning Professionals, Home Green Home, and Natural Home Cleaning Contra Costa. All 5 of these cooperatives are part of the Eco-Friendly Cleaning Co-op Network, which upholds social, environmental, and business standards among the various participating co-ops. Through Wages, I have helped build this network of cooperatives. The cooperative difference. I joined Wages in 1998 as an intern, helping develop and implement curriculum on cooperative development, and I have now been with the organization for over 10 years as a co-op development trainer. I go out into the community to share my story with other immigrant women and talk about what it means to be a part of a cooperative. I also work with all the cooperatives in our network on all aspects of the cooperative model: democratic process, constructive communication, skills development, and personal development. Many people from my community come to this country to find work now so that they can put food on the table today, so when we come to them saying that we're going to empower them and give them space to grow, their reaction is, "Are you crazy?" So, being a member of a cooperative is not for everyone. But for me personally, I achieved my American dream through cooperatives. But my American dream wasn't a house, a big bank account, and owning a business. At first, I didn't know what my American dream was. But 18 years later I can say that finding a place where I felt accepted and respected, where my opinions weren't always the best but they were heard, where I learned about my rights on the job, and where I was able to send my son to a good school, that was my American dream. I had my basic needs covered and my heart filled with satisfaction. I received all of this through a cooperative. I also received my self-esteem, which has kept me going during difficult times, and a family of co-workers that stood by me during tough times. Although I have witnessed many benefits working with cooperatives, I have also seen many challenges. One of the biggest challenges is making the transition from being an employee to a worker-owner. Many immigrants have worked under abusive bosses and we carry that image of a boss with us. Many of us think that being the owner means telling everyone else what to do and going home with all the money. So, part of the challenge we face in creating more cooperatives with immigrant communities is erasing that image of the boss. In a worker cooperative, when you're the owner, you're the one who works just as hard as the other worker owners, you're the one that stays extra hours when it's necessary, you're the one who never takes off your uniform because, even in your free time, you're thinking about the business. As the owner, you're the one who stays around for long meetings to make the best decisions, you're the one who takes a fair share when there's a profit and a fair share when there's a loss. In other words, being a worker owner in a cooperative has a lot of advantages and a lot of benefits, and you can be successful, but these things don't happen overnight. In a worker cooperative, you have to work extra hard. In a regular business you can be successful simply by attending to the client's needs, marketing your products and services well, and making money. But in a cooperative, you have to have strong communication, informed, democratic, participatory, and fair decision-making, and progressive participation and empowerment of the members. One of the other challenges we face is that many members of our community have not had the opportunity to either get a formal education or own a business. As a result, they need basic training in how to participate in an hour-and-a-half meeting, how to play a positive role in meetings, how to be on time and maintain a schedule. In other words, basic life skills. Then there is the challenge of striking a balance between members of our community who do have formal education and those who don't. How do we create a safe space for both groups? How do we create a space of equality when the group does not feel equal? This is critical, given that each member of the cooperative has the right to participate in the decision-making process and you want everyone making informed decisions. Beyond limited education and opportunities, cooperatives also face a problem of perception in the Latin and immigrant community. In Latin America, you hear a lot of good things about cooperatives, but you also hear about the guy who ran away with all the co-op's money, about all the corruption. In other words, the word cooperative has been abused and misused in many of our home countries and we need to eliminate this association as well. Despite all the challenges, cooperatives are an essential tool for addressing many of the abuses undocumented workers face in this country. My own personal experience working in a cooperative gave me a stable job, a dignified way of life, the ability to pay my own taxes, a moral character through the knowledge and education that I received, and the ability to participate in various progressive projects. To be a member of a cooperative means taking a giant step forward. It means giving yourself the opportunity to have a voice at work. It means giving yourself the opportunity to say, I want to develop my skills and learn new ones, and I want to lend a hand to others. Being a member of a cooperative is both mental and emotional, and I would encourage other immigrants from the bottom of my heart to form their own cooperative. Editor Bios. Cristina Tzintzún is the Executive Director of Workers' Defense Project, a statewide membership-based immigrant workers' rights organization that is winning better working conditions for Texans. Over the last decade, Tzintzún has worked to defend the rights of immigrants and win comprehensive immigration reform. Her work has led to a federal investigation by OSHA into Texas's deadly construction industry, the passage of statewide wage theft law, and better, safer jobs for thousands of low-wage immigrant workers in Texas. She has been named Hero of the New South by Southern Living magazine and won the National Trabajadora Community Leader Award from the Labor Council for Latin American Advancement. Her work has been covered in the New York Times, National Public Radio, MSNBC, and USA Today. Tzintzún's previous writings on race and gender have appeared in Colonize This, Young Women of Color on Today's Feminism and Yes Means Yes, Visions of Female Sexual Power and a World Without Rape. Carlos Perez de Alejo is co-director at Cooperation Texas, an organization committed to the creation of sustainable jobs through the development, support, and promotion of worker-owned cooperatives in Texas. The son of Cuban immigrants, Perez de Alejo has been engaged in immigrant rights struggles as a community organizer with the Workers' Defense Project, as the communications manager with the Detention Watch Network, and a volunteer of the Student/Farm Worker Alliance. Perez de Alejo holds an MA in Latin American Studies from the University of Texas at Austin, and his writings on immigration, labor, and cooperatives have appeared in Dollars and Cents, Yes Magazine, Z Magazine, and Left Turn. Arnulfo Manriquez was born in Chihuahua City and often moved across Mexico before coming to the U.S. in 2006. He holds a B.A. in History and Anthropology from the University of Texas at Austin. There, he carried out research on Mexican educational projects and their alignment with government policy. He was also a fellow at the Population Research Center where he conducted research on internal migration patterns. He is now an organizer and workplace monitoring coordinator at the Workers' Defense Project. He is also an accomplished jazz musician.